Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another week of the Code for Giants Cup number 20, your bi-weekly dose of Brazilian StarCraft. I'm, of course, your VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to our event. Again, exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we are jumping into the first round. We're jumping into the round 16 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline. We have the Brazilian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Eximius Gaming. It is Shakti. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Eximius Gaming, as well as their teammates. It is Claw. Here we go, as we are jumping into our first series here. And again, I hope you've all been doing well for yourselves. We were just live last night with the Pigsty Festival qualifier. Again, we did have to postpone our OSC broadcast, but it's all good. It's all good. We'll get to OSC eventually. We'll get there. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much to Chance. Oh my god, while we were loading into the game, while we were getting through the countdown screen, I should say, Chance did subscribe for the first time. Do appreciate it. Thank you so much, Chance, for subscribing. Likewise, welcome and all. I see Baby Links, Icons as well, Kamikaze, Scroll Fund. Welcome one and all to the stream. Again, every 2 weeks we do host the Code for Giants Cup. Shout out to Cosmos. Cosmos, of course, is the big name behind this tournament. Is kind of like the Wardy or the loco of the Brazilian scene, and is putting in a lot of efforts, a lot of initiative as well, to actually bring together these more national events. So these events for Brazil, and also an offline event as well. We'll get there. So we do have Code for Giants Cup, which is a bi-weekly tournament. We have a MasTeR StarCraft, which is a monthly tournament as well, all going to be played out this week. So a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft, a lot of Erik action down the line as well, of course. The Brazilian scene is near and dear to our hearts, as we have Erik on the CranKy Ducklings, and is going to be featured later on tonight, I'm sure. He's on the other side of the brackets, but I have faith that we'll get there. We'll get to Erik eventually. Until then, we're going to be featuring one of the more old school players here in Shakti. Shakti for a long time was actually, I would say, the best Protoss in Latin America. For a long time it was with Shakti and Paco Mike. They were both kind of like vying for that #1 spot. They were both contending for it, and they would trade back and forth for a time, is what I will say. And then Shakti did retire. Shakti did step away from the game, but for years, I will say for years did step away, but recently did come back. Recently did return to us, and I'm here to feature Shakti as best as I can. We've even seen Shakti take down MasTeR as of late, which was crazy, by the way. MasTeR right now is very much so in form, so for Shakti to contest him is impressive. 100%. Until then, we are going to be settling in. So far, it's standard openers, and we do have a Stargate out of Shakti going for the Oracle, moving out across the map. So far, so good. Also, before I forget, predictions. God damn. Predictions, they by now would have been closed, I'll be honest, but they have been open, so you can place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump on in. Ooh. Oh my god. Again, so far, so good. From here, hatch gas pull into a third base. Standard opener out of Claw. So far, standard stuff. Nothing too crazy out of our Zerg player. Likewise, standard opener out of Shakti as well. We'll keep an eye on any kind of crazy follow-up. Second gateway into a third base. Nothing wild yet. We're just building up, and welcome on to Frostline as all. The Oracle does get across the map. Gets one drone. Oh my god. No! Gets one drone kill, but alas, not worth it here as the Oracle does fall. A brutal loss for Shakti. Does overextend. Does not respect the spore enough. Again, also only one spore and one queen. Did fly too close to the sun. Did get horribly burned without a stronger start for Claw. Claw shuts down the Oracle behind this. He's droning. Safety Roach Warren. Safety Roach Warren into the Evo chamber here from the side of Claw. Saturating his third base. Meanwhile, across map, Claw does try to hit the third. Oh, does slip in. The depths are in position, and alas, one of death will barely survive. Oh my god, close. We'll live, we'll survive. So far, Shakti maintaining himself. And that follow-up is upon us. Blink and +1, no charge. +1 and Blink instead. Likewise, layers on the way for Claw. And getting to this map, something I was going to mention here is that Frostline is known for aggression, known for being just very difficult to be the defending player here at your third base, at your fourth base. Gaining momentum, gaining map control can be a massive advantage here on Frostline. And we'll see if that's what Claw goes for here. We'll see how aggressive and how assertive he's going to be. For the time being, he pokes in with some lings, but doesn't get too much damage here. Does respect Shakti, does retreat, as he's still droning and building up. And we'll see if this is for a max out on Roach Ravager, or if we intend to go into Hydras. Something that I'm a little bit concerned by here is, there we go, we have +1 range on the way. This looks to be Roach Hydra into Lurker. We'll see if when the layer completes, we invest into that tech, or we commit into Roach Ravager. Our eyes are on the Claw. Oh. Eyes are on Claw here. Oh. As we see Shakti now moving out. A Blink is not yet done. It's still a ways away, but despite that, pushing out towards that expansion. Roach is on already. And Claw, he's been too greedy here. The base is under fire. The base may just be cancelled. That's going to be a massive pickoff. It was about to complete. It was about to finish. Oh, that's going to be a kill. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel in the expansion. Lings, they move out across the map for a bit of a counterattack, but last back at home, there are Adepts at home. Adepts are in position. Lings going to be cleaned up. They get one probe so far. Stalkers, they rotate. Yeah, just the one probe. Stalkers, they rotate over. Queen under fire. Gets one already. The Roaches have built up, but the damage has been done. At this point, sniping the expansion was all that Shakti needed to do. Deny the fourth. That's all we need, man. That's all we need. Once again, poking in, trading with the army. Let's trade. Taking out more lings, more reinforcements have arrived. And from here, Shakti, I mean, it's not like he has a proxy gateway or a war prison, but does have an overwhelming force here of Stalkers. Hydras are on the way, but it might just be too late. They're bleeding out so many Roaches. And again, production-wise, Claw just can't keep up, whether it's with production, whether it's with his economy. It's lacking gas income. Yeah, it didn't fully saturate his gases here at the third base. Well, he has minerals but no gas, and he's been broken. He has been broken. Shakti breaks through the defensive line, busts into the natural. Roach is going to be falling. Hydras as well. And he just snowballs out of control. GG gets called. Shakti will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. Shakti does take a lead in the series. Again, Shakti is favored coming into this, but Claw, of course, he's more of an up-and-coming player in the Brazilian scene, and unfortunately, he was not quite able to, or he was a little bit too greedy. He drone up too hard. He wasn't able to save his fourth. He was not able to save his fourth base. Losing the fourth base was the first domino that fell, and it just crumbled from there on after. Again, Claw losing the fourth base meant that he couldn't really sustain himself. Likewise, he didn't quite take his gases at the third either, not properly. So if you could see, he was trying to make Roaches and Hydras, but he actually couldn't afford them. He was actually out of gas. He had like 1,000 minerals and like 100 gas. So his economy was a little bit lopsided there and couldn't quite sustain himself. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Whew. Shakti does take a lead in the series, and now that leads us into game number 2. Oh, yo, shout out to Turbo Quacker in the chat. The ramen. You're making me celoso, papi, celoso. Ga, papi, ga. I've not had breakfast yet. Not yet. I woke up, got the stream ready, and bam, we're here. Oh, no. We'll be fine, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. As morning, in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Zimas Gaming, leading the series 1-0. The veteran of the Brazilian scene, an ex-retiree, it is Shakti. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the young up and comer, representing Xemius Gaming as well as their teammates. It is Claw. We go. We have our setup, we have our players. And again, when it came to the last game, there was nothing really too crazy about it. Shakti just hitting a very strong move out timing. He even actually hit before Blink and +1, if you remember. So it was a little bit more preemptive. And last Claw was caught with his pants down a little bit there. When it came to that move out, he wasn't quite ready. Remember, he was droning. He didn't have any roaches at the time. He only had a handful of lings, so he just could not defend, could not protect it. Here, I would imagine that Claw's going to be playing a little bit safer, not as greedy, not cutting as many corners, or he could even be aggressive himself. We'll see. We shall see. How assertive do we want to be? Likewise, so they're curious. We only have the one broadcast scheduled today instead of two, and I do plan, and I ideally, hopefully, at the time, I'm not too fatigued, to ladder a little bit, after the tournament, after the cast. Very tempted to jump onto the ladder and smurge, papi. Smurge. We'll see. Again, like, I'm still. We'll get there. Still trying to wake up. Still trying to bring myself together. We'll be fine. Squad does move out, taking his third base. Shakti back at home. Tech of choice. Ooh, going for something more aggressive here. Okay, this time not a Stargate. This time Twilight Council. Now, together here. Twilight Council means one of two things. Typically, there are some niche builds. True. There are some niche builds that we have to bear in mind. But for the most part, this should be either a Glaive Adepts or it should be DTs. One or the other. Right now, we pull out of gas. Glaives. It's going to be Glaive Adepts here from Shakti. If he stayed in gas, that would be a Dark Templar instead. But only 2 and 2, 4 workers in total should be 4 Gate Glaive Adepts. We could see Shakti pull back in, which would be crazy. Speaking of, does pull an extra worker off of gas. Interesting. You have my attention. If he doesn't pull back in, and if we actually pull another worker out of gas, this could actually be charge. Okay. Glaives here. We do have Glaives. We do have 4 gateways, Robo as well as on the way. Interesting that he pulled out of gas. I believe the worker that he pulled out was the worker that actually threw down all the buildings. There we go. He pulls back in. So that was a bit of a mistake here. That will slow him down a little bit. But regardless of 4 gate Glaives here, this is not an all-in. Remember that. This is not an all-in. This is a way to deal economic damage early on and then take a third base with a lead, with a comfortable advantage. Typically, this forces a roach response, and as a reaction, Shakti should be making immortals after the aggression with his robos, so he has immortals in time to defend after the roach counterattack. Is usually how this dynamic flows. Meanwhile, Claw back at home, he does have some SimCity he's working with. Got some SimCity. He did scout. Oh, okay, big moment here for Claw. He did scout, did confirm. He does get eyes on the prism as well. He's walling up, and we need roaches as quickly as possible. He's on 2 gases here. He's on just under 2 base saturation, but roaches should be amassing lings alongside them. Oh no, as Claw, he does get in for a counterattack. The wall is not a wall. Lings, they flood into the mineral line, and probes are going to be going down. At the same time, Adepts, they do threaten the shade. Wall is solid. 1 roach gets picked up. And roach is a little bit vulnerable here. But they are massing up. No workers at the third. Was evacuated. Some workers are finally going down. There's going to be 3 probe kills here at the natural. Lings, they slip into the main. They slip into the main base. Rotating over towards the third. So far, catching some roaches, but no economic damage. None whatsoever. Adepts are being targeted. I'm trying to get out of here. They do trade well against the roaches, is what I will say. They trade relatively well. Oh, As Chloe still does fully wall off. Nicely done. There is no lair yet, though, which means no roach speed. I'll say lair is the big thing that we're missing. Chloe's banking up 1,000 minerals. Uh-oh. That's a lot of minerals here he's banking up. Could be making lings, but alas, he's focusing on roach production. Yeah, no extra lings, no queens. Adepts, they do break into the main. And what was initially a good defense out of Claw, it's falling apart. It's falling apart here. No, he doesn't pull away. Doesn't pull back. 10 drone kills. Shay's over towards the third base, and yeah, he's being torn apart at this point. The expansion, it's gonna go down. Yeah, massive loss. 15 workers. The expansion. And from here, Shakti can now shade in. I mean, all this could die, and it's still worth it. Still fully worth it if Shakti shaded so well. Adepts, they commit. They knock down the front door. They can break through. As they're shading in once again. No. Yeah, the drone's not in position, not in time. Commits to the shade and target down what little is left. Blow down to 20 workers. And again, the initial defense was good, but as we saw, his macro was slipping. His macro was slipping. He needed to make more lings. Like, lings that don't sound amazing against adepts, but they're a way to keep up with the shades and to lock down the army, to make sure that this doesn't happen, to make sure that we don't shade freely in between the bases. And with that, Shakti has done enough. Behind this, we still got the robot production. There it is, immortals are on the way. Likewise, not just one, we have a second robot and mass immortal in production here for Shakti. He is ready for the roach counterattack. And speaking of, here it comes. Roaches are moving out across the map. Ideally, we need some kind of support here for these immortals. Let's see if we can get there. Some more immortals on the way. One of them is exposed. Where's the support? There it is. Cells have arrived. Likewise, Prism coming in. Oh, the pickup! Oh, can he save it? He can! saves the immortal. Shakti is all over this. Yeah, the juggling is too good. GG, well played. The immortal is immortal. And Shakti will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Shakti, he will claim the series, will advance on. Again, he came in as the favorite player, but a shout out to Claw here for competing, for contributing, and again, did have his own moments in this series as well. Again, the initial defense against the Glaividos was good. The initial defense was good, but the macro was slipping, and that's where experience does come into play, and maybe a little bit flustered. Regardless, Claw was not able to maintain himself after the initial opener, after the initial hitting of the Glaivideps. With that, GG. GG, well played. Whew, Shakti does claim the series, and with that, we'll advance on into the next round. Let's find out where we're headed, where we're going. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's head on over and let's catch up on the bracket. Meanwhile, a shout out to Luciano Papi. Oh my god, big shout out to Luciano in the chat. Good to see you as always, Hope to see you in an up and coming Open Online Cup, as we do cast Luciano whenever we can. As we head on over here on the bracket, there we go. We have Shakti. Shakti advances on into the next round, waiting for the winner of INexorable, alongside Elias and Taipan. It looks like Taipan. They're still facing off. Likewise, we have many other players as well. Victor takes down Kid in the first round. We have Erik waiting for the winner of the round 32 as well. Let me just double check. Yeah, waiting for the winner of Neno and a laser. In his own way, okay. Neno and a laser facing off. Winner goes up against Erik. We have Kamikaze versus MTT. We have Dorminoko up against Purple. We have MasTeR waiting for the winner of Antonio and Carlos. Let's go. We have AlisoN up against Vitorino, and we have INexorable waiting for Taipan and Elias. Here we go. So again, the event is still ongoing. We still have plenty more matches ahead of us. The reason why I dove onto Shakti series is that I am looking forward to INexorable versus Shakti. INexorable, he is the best Terran player in this bracket. He actually just joined a new team as well. He joined Alien Esports, so there's a lot of hype around INexorable, and I do expect him to go far. Him against Shakti is going to be a bang of a series. Likewise, MasTeR is poised to make a deep run as well. MasTeR is the best Protoss in the tournament, and I do expect him to face off against AlisoN in that second round. Erik on the top side, Big fan of Erik. Of course, he is our boy. I do want to cast him, but also at the same time, I do believe that he is going to breeze his way through the early rounds. I believe Erik in the round of 16, in the quarterfinals, and even maybe in the semifinals, Erik is going to be heavily favored. So I do want to feature some other players before I get to Erik, and we'll get there. Don't worry, we'll get to Erik, and I believe he should be fine, and we might be able to catch him in the semis, or even further than that. We'll see. We shall see. So we'll get there at some point. Until then, though, we do have some downtime here. Shakti, he's waiting for his next opponent. Likewise, INexorable, I believe, still is waiting for his opponent as well. So yeah, the bracket is still slowly progressing. It looks like we still have a ways to go as well. Currently, my plan is to wait for Taipan and Elias to wrap up. Once they are done, then we can follow them into INexorable. That is at least the current plan. Current plan. You don't. Speaking of, looks like we have our lobby. Oh my god. So we have our lobby, we have our setup here. As we're getting into the round of 32. Okay, we're jumping into game number 2 here. So I just mentioned how Elias and hold on. Elias, beautiful. Elias is facing off against Taipan. Taipan, like the snake. There we go. But they're facing off, and looks like they're mid-series. They're mid-series. We are about to jump in. Beautiful. As we have been able to catch them. Postmasters. True. Yo, shout out to Claw. I see Claw in the chat as well. Este Claw. Good to see you. Good to see you. GG, Pappy. GG. Well played. Here we go. We are jumping into, we're jumping mid-series we're jumping in mid-series. We have Elias leading the series 1-0, but now we're jumping into game number 2. These are two players that I'm very unfamiliar with. I do not know the level of play of Taipan or Elias, so I'm ready to be introduced. I'm excited. Game 2 is going to be on Frostline, and as a reminder, the winner of this series will face off against INexorable in the next round. Here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is some know him as Storm Wraith. It is Elias. Leading the series 1-0, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing team host Masters. It is Taipan. Let us go. I see in the chat, Toss is OP, even more so when it's Shakti. True. Oh no. Yeah, shout out to Claw. We played well, but played well. As we are moving out across the map. So far, Hatchcats will send an opener, likewise get expanded out of Elias as well. Again, I'm not too familiar with our players here, but I am ready to be introduced once again to how they face off. How they compare. Personally, I'm hoping for an ace match, but again, the pressure is now going to be on the Zerg player here to bounce back. Pressure is on. Because we're jumping in mid-series, I won't have predictions. I won't have predictions for this match. We'll hold off on predictions till the next series. We'll get there. We'll get there. We will get there. Until then, we have our scout into the main. So far, standard openers, no crazy early tech, no proxy, no fast gas, no fast pull. Everything so far looking normal. Looking as it should be. So far, at least. That's going to be as annoying as possible. Tasing away the drone. The drone should not go down. Up, up. Oh my god. This drone takes a lot of hits, and he wants it. He wants the drone. Oh my god. Calm down. The gas mining. What am I? Oh my god, Jesus. As the drone is very low and does survive, the queen has arrived as well, and with that, the lings are moving out across the map. Adept is on the way. The wall is open. Wait, what? The wall is open. Probe is going to go down as well. I mean, these things that go straight for the pylon. There's a hole in the wall. There is a hole. This is not fully walled up. Not fully walled up. The wall is not a wall here, and the pylon is going to go down. Adept does pull out in time. Whew, just barely. Was very close. And with that, Ilias should be able to hold on. But again, this should not have happened. And there's still a hole in the wall, by the way. I know. As Tyman is making extra lings. I mean, with these lings, he can actually take down the Adept. True. Yeah, Adept is going to go down. Black Westlings, once again, they dive on top of the pylon. They have to fight the probes. The boys are being pulled. And probes are up. Oh, going to be going down. Getting one. Just the one. Nice defense so far. There we go. Now fully walls up. But we're still flooding lings. We have a Baneling that's on the way. We're going for a Bane Blast. Barely any saturation here at the natural. Just send it, Pat. Just send it all across the map. Let's go. As lings, they knock down the Adept. Oh, they at least try to. Yeah, Adept is going to fall. Oof, just barely. Alas, not quite doing the economic damage that we were hoping for here. I mean, did force a big reaction. There are 3 pylons, a shield battery, a robo follow-up, which is a crazy reaction and a crazy response here out of Elias. Right now, things are looking good for Taipan. If only he droned, but he's still making more lings. He wants the Bane Bust. He's looking to bust. And we'll see how this works out. Warp Gate is about to finish, which means we can have 2 additional units to defend. Shield battery is done. And there are a lot of Banelings, that is true, but we need Ling support as well. And are there enough Lings? So far, 9. Only 9 Lings, soon to be 13. So this feels like a very kind of shaky all-in or Bane Bust here by Taipan. It's very patched together. Immortal has arrived. Here come the central force fields. Speaking of, up, there's a force field. Nicely done. Yeah, Bailey's, they crash into the buildings. Not enough. And Taipan is falling behind. He's falling behind. Again, he could have been joining from here on. But the Bane Bust has failed. He's still flooding Lings. And at this point, you can't turn back around. You're committed. Oh, we have a Roach Horn. Roach Horn's on the way. And an Eva. An Eva chamber. Ah, no. Yeah, and Elias is about to move out again. Taipan, he had an advantage. He had an opportunity, 100%. But the Protoss is about to snowball out of control. Elias all over this. The control! Oh my god. Nice juggling, saves the units. The sentries, the stalkers, the adepts. And keep pushing. Cannon will. It will warp in, will reinforce, can keep sending it across the map. Back at him, Taipan trying to throw down a wall defense, but it's too late. It's a little too late here. Spine Crawler will fall. Queen thereafter. Link just trying to flood in. But there's just no army. The reality here, there just is no army. It was a strong start, but the Bane Bust did fail. And GG gets called. Alias will be taking the series at 2-0. GG. GG will play it again. A solid defense there out of Elias. A solid response to the blundered start. Bearing in mind that Elias, he wasn't able to wall off properly initially. There was a hole in the wall and things were looking dire early on. But he just stayed calm, cool, and collected. And again, it was Taipan who did overextend himself, did make some mistakes, and did slip up with that GG. GG, well played. Whew. Elias will claim it, and we have a next series. We're going to be following Elias into round 16, and up next we have a TVP between Elias and INexorable. INexorable, again, he is one of the big boys in the tournament. He's a heavy hitter. He is one of the favorites to win the entire event. It's not going to be easy for anyone to face off against INexorable, even some of the bigger names, even players like Shakti or MasTeR or Erik. INexorable, he has brought them down before. He can do it again. So he is the one to beat. And again, he's on a new team. For a long time, INexorable, he was one of the heroes. He was on the Platinum Heroes. But nowadays, he has been picked up by AlisoN Esports instead. And we'll see. We'll see how that has kind of boosted his performance, boosted his confidence, boosted his play. I'm sure it has. I'm sure he is reinvigorated and motivated to compete even more so. So we're going to be going on a short break. Oh, I'm going to go refill my water, have to get ready, have to get hydrated, and we will soon jump into our round 16 match. So everything's lined up for us. We're going to be casting INexorable versus Elias next, and we're going to be following that into the winner versus Shakti into the semifinals. So everything's kind of lined up for us. That is the plan for the broadcast, the plan for the stream. We'll see you guys after the break. See you soon. See you soon, Patty. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OSC as we have returned. We have returned with our third series of the night. We're here now in the round of 16 of the tournament, and we have some of our big names now facing off and now rocking up. And oh boy, we'll get there. We will get there. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our Brazilian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is Elias, aka Stormwraith. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran, the best Terran in the entire tournament in all of Brazil, INexorable, representing his new team, AlisoN. It is INexorable. And again, INexorable, he's one of the players favored to make a deep run in this tournament, to maybe even win the entire event as well. For a very long time, INexorable, as of course, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets while you can, as you can get your gamble going. But INexorable, for a long time, he was on the Platinum Heroes. He was on the Platinum Heroes, and they did support him when it came to his rise to prominence. INexorable, of course, he was under the tutelage of Vindicta and Future for a long time. He was practicing under them. He was getting training from them, or I should say practice from them, and coaching from them. And he shot up through the ranks over the past couple of years, hitting GM, hitting the pro scene. And it was only like a week ago when INexorable was picked up by AlisoN. It was great to see AlisoN kind of taking notice of INexorable, picking him up as an up-and-comer, and we'll see where that takes him. Again, I'm sure he is now motivated to improve and to play and to strive and to grow even harder than before, and we'll see how far that can take him in tonight's tournament. He has been a Code for Giants Cup champion in the past. We'll see if he can do it again. Before then, though, proxy. I mean, Elias knows that he's up against a beast, that he's up against one of the favorite players in the tournament, so it is not going to be an easy road here for our Protoss player. So how do we approach this? With the proxy Stargate. Let's go. Now, this should just be proxy Oracle. We shouldn't be going into like a Void Ray with shield batteries with like a rush. Those kind of builds have since come and gone. They're no longer viable anymore, thanks to changes made in the game, to nerfs to the shield battery, nerfs to the Void Ray as well, so that isn't really too applicable here. We should just be seeing an Oracle into a standard setup. Meanwhile, Reaper does get across the map. One probe already goes down. One worker has fallen. Reaper falls away. And with that, ooh, Stargate is done. Gateway alongside this, and it is gonna, never mind. I was like, it shouldn't be Void Ray, shouldn't be shield batteries. I mean, that build has been nerfed to the ground, but no, never mind. It's back, it's here. Show us what you got. Oh my, as this is not your typical setup here. Okay. Couple of things. First things first, usually when it comes to a proxy Void Ray, your excess mineral resources would be spent on pylons and shield batteries to support the all-in, pushing into the main base and camper the production. That's typically how you approach this. But here with extra gateways, with warp gates on the way, with the adepts amassing across the map, this is very different here. Instead, we're going to be reinforcing and supporting the Void Ray with gateway units. This doesn't feel as powerful. I mean, the scary thing right now actually is the fact that INexorable is moving out across the map. Oh no, there's nothing at home. There's nothing at home, Papi. Not like this. As we just flood on in, there's two adepts here to defend, but the Hellion Reaper should shut this down. Aye. First adept does fall, second adept as well. INexorable, he does preserve his Hellions, and he busts into the mineral line. Void Rays are racing back home as we speak. There's no recall, there's no energy. There's no energy for a recall. Boys are being pulled, probes are getting roasted, and INexorable is just going to go to town here, killing every single worker. 15 workers going down already. It's going to be the entire mineral line. A couple stalkers do warp in, they can just target it down, and with the first wave of aggression here from INexorable, he will overwhelm. A Void Ray is revealed. Now he knows something is wrong. He's like, hold up. Why is there a random Void Ray? What's happening? What's going on? There's no Stargate. Well, there is. It is a Stargate across the map, and just like that, Elias is crippled. He is crippled. He's down to 8 workers, barely an economy, down to half saturation in the main base. Has a second Void Ray. He has no money for a third Void Ray. He's broke. He's broke. He's out of money, out of time. And alas, back at home, we do see INexorable transitioning very nicely here. Third CC, we don't even need a third base. We're fine on 2 bases, but we have a third CC on the way. 1-1-1, Cyclone production. Vikings are massing up as we speak, and INexorable is building up and getting ready to just bust through this army. Cyclones have arrived, they get the lock on. One section going to be going down, but one Void Ray falls. And here go the Vikings, and down goes the final Void Ray. GG gets called. And INexorable, he will take a lead here. He will look to take a lead. Oh, I got it. There we go. He will take a lead in the series at 1-0. GG. GG, well played. Whew. INexorable does take a lead in the series, and again, I don't blame Elias for going for the proxy. Unfortunately, it was a little bit more of a lopsided proxy. There was no wall off back at home. There was no setup here to defend, and we saw that Hellion Reaper got across the map, got out of control, got out of hand. GG. GG, well played. Unfortunately, Elias had nothing to defend. I say had nothing, had 2 adepts, but alas, that was not enough. Likewise, limited Sim City, no shield battery either. Was investing into the gateways across the map instead, of course, and with that, GG. GG, well played. We do see INexorable taking a lead, and we'll see if Elias can fight back coming into game number 2. Again, INexorable is the favorite player here to take this series, but I want to believe here that Elias can show off some play, and already has had some fun here going for the proxy Stargate. Question becomes, what kind of cheese do we see here coming into game 2? Because I imagine he will cheese. Again, INexorable, he is known, he is renowned in the Brazilian scene, in the Brazilian community. Elias, I'm sure, is fully aware of who he's playing against. And let's go. Let us go. So we are getting into our next game. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of first line, we have our red Protoss player. We have our red Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match. It is Stormwraith, aka Elias. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran, representing his brand new team, AlisoN Esports. It is INexorable. We go. As our eyes have to be on Elias once again. The last game went for a proxy Stargate. This time, what do we proxy? If at all, do we play standard? Do we try to cheese it up? What do you have for us? What do you got? We go. As INexorable does open up double gas. Okay, double gas opener out of our Terran player. What does this mean? Double gas leads into a faster factory, leads into heavier tech. This can lead into Reactor Reaper Hellion, like we saw previously. This can lead into a committed Widowmine drop, can lead into a Cyclone drop, tank drop, early Banshee play, committed Widowmines. There's potential, there's options. Options for INexorable. We'll see what he goes for this time. As Elias is back at home, no proxies set up whatsoever, not yet, not this time. Opening up 2 gates, interesting. This is going to be a delayed expansion from Elias, as we would typically go gate into Cybercore into expansion. So this is very suspect. Very suspect here. Pylon behind the mineral line, not on the low ground either. Are we going for a 1-base all-in? Seems to be the case, as we have a heavily delayed expansion. We have our initial adept. Likewise, back at home, INexorable, there's that factory. We'll see what kind of add-ons he sets up, as he should be expanding. And yep, 1-base all in. There we go. Like, as soon as we saw the placement of the second pylon, it screamed the second gateway as well, screamed 1-base all in. There it is, a third gateway, Robo as well. We're going to send it across the map. With the Robo, we can, of course, make the Warp Prism to reinforce. The scary thing here is that INexorable does confirm. I say he confirms. He pokes in, and what did he see? What does he see? He sees 2 gateways, and he sees no expansion. Big tell already. And it's going to be worth it just to dive in, even to throw away the Reaper. Pokes into the mineral line. Doesn't quite commit in. Doesn't fully get eyes on what's going his way.
Build them more depots.
Total biscuit. Less than 3. One of the few that does use that voice pack. Much love to INexorable. As the gateways are finishing up. Oh no! He got stuck! The probe! You can see, no! The worker next to the gateway, he trapped himself. I didn't notice. So, oh, he can save it though with the prism. True. He can save it with the prism. It's okay. We'll save you. We'll get you out of there, Pappy. Don't worry. As the prism's on the way, there we go. A 4th gateway in the main. Likewise, Reaper Hellion dipping on in, trading with the Stalker. We trade for Stalker. Your first Stalker goes down, gets into the mineral line. And again, there's only one Stalker left, and Probes are going to be falling. He does target down as many workers as he can. He gets 5, 6. 6 probe kills, getting up to 7. 7 workers do go down. As Elias does push. And he's all in. I mean, he was already going to go one base all in to begin with, but now even more so. He's got 4 gates behind this. Can't necessarily afford to warp in 4 units at a time. Doesn't really have the minerals for it. Just pushing nonetheless. He's pushing. See in chat, BMGG timing. If you're referring to the last game, I would not say that at all. I mean, he GG'd and he stayed in for like 2 more seconds. Like, what? So not at all. Here starts stepping forward. Ooh, we'll lose one of his Stalkers already. 2nd Stalker goes down. 3rd Stalker as well. Oh my god, the Cyclones have just completely shut this down. Completely. With that, the Prism does pull away. But again, brutal losses. Oh no, the lock-on! No, the lock-on of the Prism. Oh my god. Catches out the Stalkers. Prism does try to escape. The Cyclone, it's coming. He's coming for the lock-on. No, and he gets it. Gets a lock-on as well. Prism goes down, and back in him, what is there left to defend? Two Stalkers. 2 Stalkers. We have an Immortal that's on the way, but barely a standing army. And here comes INexorable. Moving out with a terrifying army. What does he have? He has 10 Marines. He has 2 Cyclones. He has 1 Viking. He has a medevac for Micro, of course, to save the weakened units. Viking lands. And he's waddling in. It's go time. Up. Saves the Cyclones. Up. One of them so close to going down. 1 shot away. Medevac does fall. Nice pickup. Nice pickup for the medevac, but alas, again, he's up against the wall. The boys are being pulled, which means he can save the Immortal. Immortal taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Up. Oh my god, the lock-ons are brutal. And the Immortal does go down. You can see INexorable still just rallying across the map. He is trickling in, which is less than ideal, as he is going to be cleaned up. INexorable pulls away. He has to build up his forces, getting his 3rd CC on location, massing out more Marines, getting to stim, combat shields +1, still looking very comfortable here with his setup. Didn't slip when they came to his micro, also his macro I should say. And Elias, his only hope here is for INexorable to overextend. If he had kept rallying in, for example, if he had kept rallying in like 2 units at a time, then Elias could have overwhelmed. But INexorable, he pulled away. Did pull away. Remember, there's no blink. There is no blink on this army. Elias does move out. Looking to engage. With a heavy Marauder force, though, this time the Bio Army, we don't need Cyclones. Know where we're going. Where are we going? We're going to the quarterfinals. Let's go! As INexorable stems in and does focus on the Stalkers one after the other. And there's 1 Stalker left. GG gets called. As there's barely a standing army, and INexorable will take the series 2-0. GG. GG. GG, well played, INexorable. He will claim the series. He will advance on. Again, INexorable is favored to go far in this tournament, to go very, very far. Oh. Is one of the stronger players here. I mean, is the strongest Terran in the entire bracket. So, well played. GG, well played, INexorable. He does advance on, and now we can catch up on the bracket. And again, a big shout out to Elias, aka Stormwraith, for competing. Again, a lot of otherwise amateur players do sign up for this event, and yeah, they have the opportunity to play against some top GMs and some top pros as well. So much love here, much love. Oh. Much love to Stormwraith, aka Elias, and from here we're headed into the quarterfinals. Bom dia. Hold on. As we switch the scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Bam. Here we go. As we search things over, and oh my god, we have some updates. We have a lot of updates here. A lot more matches going on. Erik takes down Nenu 2-0. Erik is up against Victor in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we have Kamikaze up against Dorminoko in the Kamikaze up against Dorminoko in the quarterfinals as well. They are facing off. They're going to be mid-series in a TVZ. We have MasTeR. MasTer's up against Carlos. We have AlisoN waiting for the winner of MasTeR and Carlos as well in the next round. And we have INexorable versus Shakti. So the quarterfinals is almost fully underway. Let's go. Almost fully underway here. As our next series is going to be INexorable and Shakti. They are facing off. They're coming up next. So we're going to be back in a couple of moments here. Videos are underway as we speak. And when we come back, Shakti versus INexorable. For those that are curious, both these players are GM. They're both GM. They're both at the pro level. I say they're both at the pro level. Shakti, I mentioned before, I may as well reiterate. Shakti, he is an ex-pro. He did retire many years ago. I want to say like 2+ years ago, maybe 3 years ago. He did retire. He did step away from the game. But in recent months, when I say recent months, I mean like maybe December of last year, maybe November, Shakti, he returned to the game. You know, you never really gone sort of thing. So Shakti stepped back into the ring. We were able to embrace him, and yeah, now he's playing again. He's not playing full-time like he used to. It's more of a part-time thing, like where Shakti plays like whenever he has some free time. He still enjoys the game. He still enjoys playing. So he is more than happy to indulge in these tournaments on a regular basis, semi-regular basis. Go. Ley lines, frost line, and whispers of gold. Beautiful. Beautiful. So yeah, so Shakti, he's not at the level that he used to be, like back in like 2020, 2021, 2022. Like that was like peak Shakti. Nowadays, less so. It looks like we have our lobby, and we will soon jump in. But because that it's very much so like the new generation up against the old generation, we do have players like INexorable who are very young and very new to the scene. I mean, relatively new to the scene, as he kind of rose up in 2024, whereas Shakti had already retired by then. That's the here we go. Be waiting. But yeah, Shakti, like he already retired when INexorable rose up. Like that's how that's how new INexorable is really, is that he only hit GM like the start of 2024, maybe like end of 2023. So a lot more newer to like this level of play, I should say. And yeah, he kind of rose up when Shakti had already left the scene. Now he's back, and now they're facing off. Let's go. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Just because INexorable is currently more active and because he just joined a new team, I do favor INexorable in this series. But honestly, this could go either way. This could go either way. Let's go. as we are setting up. And of course, this is going to lead us into the semifinals as well. Looking at the rest of the bracket, I do favor MasTeR. I mean, we have seen AlisoN defeat MasTeR before, but as you can see, MasTeR, towards the middle of the brackets, he's still playing in the round of 16. He is the strongest Protoss player in the tournament. And I would say maybe top 2 player in general in the Brazilian scene, or I guess top 3. I'd say top 3 in Brazil. I would place like Erik and Kamikaze just above MasTeR. But even then, like MasTeR, he can pop off, and he has taken the otherwise mentioned players before, has taken them down before. But here we go. Here we go. Sorry if I seem a little bit distracted. I was just messaging the players, making sure that everything was looking as it should be. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Alien Esports. It is INexorable. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Exemius Gaming. It is Shakti. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as you get your gamma going. Again, I do give the edge to INexorable coming into this, but I never want to count Shakti out. You know, he's near and dear to our hearts. You know, Shakti, one of the first players we ever casted on the channel. I say one of the first players, one of the first pro players we ever casted on the channel, as back in the day we did cast Copa America. We were the official English cast of Copa America. That was back in 2019. Copa America was basically WCS Latin America back in the day. That was WCS Latin America, so we covered players like Cham, like Special, like Jim Rising, and I want to say that Shakti was a part of that season as well. If so, I mean, hey, that was our first foray into the pro scene back in 2019. Before that, we only casted amateur players. Only amateurs. But here we go. We do have our setup. It's going to be a gate expand opener here out of Shakti into the cybercore. So far so good. Likewise, a single gas opener out of INexorable, going for something more economic. So rack expand from our Terran player and gate expand from our Protoss. So we're gearing up towards a longer game, or at least towards economic openers in towards the mid game. So far this series we've had a lot of fast games, a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins, but that's not what we're seeing here. Here we can sink our teeth into this back and forth. Let's go. As the Reaper is moving out. Good to see Kalasi in the chat. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Good to see you. As Reaper does move out across the map. So far, Shakti setting up. Sentry is out. And Sentry should be enough to defend as the first probe does fall. A bit of a greedier opener here out of Shakti. As you can imagine, this Sentry is less mobile than an Adept. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to defend here. One probe already falls. Can we get two? Up. Reaper dips in. Just the one. Just the one. Gets a full scout. Does come with the tech of choice. Going to be a Twilight Council opener. And the hallucination gets across the map for a full scout of the main. Or at least it should. Right now, Shakti is distracted. Once again, the Reaper just running rings. Oh, the force field! Let's go! Force field locks down the Reaper, and Shakti defends. Meanwhile, here comes a hallucination with barely enough progress left to get into the main base, just barely, and does scout the main. Whew. Does confirm the 1-1-1. Does confirm, is aware. Behind this, settling into his 2-way setup. Gateway's on the way. Of course, back in the day, Shakti used to be known as Nano. I guess technically Shakti was known as Shakti, then name switched to Nano, then back to Shakti. It's almost like Wayne, if Wayne went back to Vanya instead of Wayne. Almost. As we have our second hallucination scouts, confirming that there is no crazy early add-on. Does get us in the Widow Mine, and we are getting ready here for a mine drop. So Widow Mine drop opening here out of INexorable, then followed by the 3-1-1 setup. as Wooden Mines are moving out. It's got to be on Shakti to defend and to deflect. We'll see if he can. See if he can. Once again, it's going to be boosting in. Shakti taking his third base. So economic open out of Shakti, going blink, 2-gate blink into a third base. Charge follow-up. Ooh, massive blink. Takes out the Metamac for the Wooden Mines to do unload. And the shots are going to be going up. Oh my god. Bit of a messy. Oh no! Oh, Jesus. Bit of a messy defense here. Almost shot in towards the right-hand side, but last, thankfully, not quite. Gets one probe. That was scarily close. Wait, I saw the shot. Like, just diving on the right-hand side, just being sent towards the mineral line. Hey, my heart, baby, my heart. Gateway explosion behind this. This is not a 2-base all-in. We are getting up to a 6-gate setup, so 6 gateways on 2 bases. Sorry, 6 gateways on 3 bases. From here, we can start taking into splash damage once the gases are taken, if the gases are taken. Right now, we can't really afford Colossus or Storm, but once we take the gases, we can start taking that direction. Until then, it's just going to be Stalkers and Charge Lots. Gateway focus. Swarm Toss style, if you will. Is going to be that Swarm Toss. Against Shakti, he lost 2 probes and a Stalker. So far, minimal losses here from our Protoss player, as he's getting up to an 8-gate setup. Ooh, remember what I said about the gases and splash damage? Based on the 8-gate production setup here and Double Forge, we're not taking gases. We're not taking gases. This is mass charge lot here from Shakti. This is a terrifying composition, and the goal and where this really does thrive and the strength of this is if INexorable moves out. If he moves out, if he gets caught out in the open, out in the center, or even on Shakti's side of the map, that is what he wants. Trying to break a defending player can be quite difficult. If INexorable realizes what's happening, he can turtle up. Speaking of, Raven does get into the main, and probes are falling. And probes are going down. There'll be 6 worker kills already. Get 6 probes. Shield barriers on the way. Stalkers, they blink back. And here comes INexorable. INexorable, he is pushing. Shakti getting a 4th. That's quite greedy here. We need an army right now. We need to warp in. Where are those zealots? Okay, zealots are warping on the right-hand side. The 4th base is so greedy. Skin reveals the charge lots. Reveals lack of gas. And Shakti, has he cut too many corners? As INexorable's moving forward. Shakti, gonna try to engage. Nice force fields. He locks down the army. The mine shots. Brutal mine connections. Initially, Shakti is holding, he's buying time. Extra weapons of zealots on the way. But again, he needs more time here. Once again, diving forward. Nice kiting here by INexorable. He shuts down the zealots. His zealots, they fall one after the other. Likewise, bleeding out a lot of Marines, a lot of bio. And he might not have enough. Yeah, he doesn't. Ooh, clutch hold here by Shakti. He was greedy. Rushing into a 4th base while INexorable was on 2, by the way. But he got away with it. Did it get away with it? Again, as you mentioned, like, ideally when you go for this mass zealot style, you want to fight out in the open like we just saw. You don't want to push into a defending Terran, a turtling Terran. And Shakti takes a bit of engage. Takes the better fight. He lost 22 zealots, but remember, that's only minerals. Zealots, they only represent minerals here, not gas. So efficient trays, drop back into the mineral line. Shakti out of position, pushing across the map instead. Does warp in back at home. Does reinforce. At the same time moving in. There's no tanks behind this. Wooden Mines just now popping out. Shakti does trade well. Oh. Baiting out those mine shots, trying to force a bit of friendly fire. Running out of zealots, so Stalkers have to back up. Back at him, Shakti, he defends. But alas, so does INexorable. He also does hold. Shakti did overextend here. Has to pull away. Again, the reinforcements, they take so long to get across the map. There is no robo, so no war prism. We have more gates on the way. Shakti, he has so many minerals. Let's go. Getting up to a 10-gate setup. 10 gateways, another, it's just the mass expanding. Like, this is the hard style of TVP. He did flex this as mass expansion, mass zealot. This is what, back in 2022? Not too long ago, back in EPT Taiwan Hong Kong. Maybe 2021. But zealots, they are breaking through. Once again, the terrain here is being quite an obstacle here for the mass zealots. Quite an obstacle. Mine shots going up. They do go off, they shut down the zealots. Now basically, whenever the zealots run out, Shakti has to back off. Like, these are very precious units, the stalkers I mean. Because he isn't rebuilding the stalkers. INexorable, he's overstimmed. He's overstimmed, a bit of friendly fire. And you can see how close Shakti is to breaking his opponents. If only he had either a proxy gateway or a war prism. If only. But without bunkers, without SimCity, like, INexorable is that tough hold. Here's a tough defense. Picking up more SCVs. Bunkers on the way behind the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. And this time we have more zealots. Reinforcements are on the way. Does dive in, takes that one, gets 2 medevacs. 2 medevacs go down, widow mines as well. Nice pickoffs, getting another medevac. Very nice pickoffs here by Shakti. Nice whole position microwave with those SCVs. Bunker is now done, but the CC, oh my god. It's getting very low. The command center is getting low, more SCVs are getting targeted, and Shakti, he's done it. He has broken the back of INexorable. A couple of ghosts are popping out, but it's too late. It's too little too late. Shuts down the bio. Takes down the CC. Oh my god. And Shakti did overwhelm. Again, just mass expansions, 0 gases, or I should say just 2 gases in the main. And just mass zealot, just sending it, baby. He's got +3 on the way. Like, the upgrades are solid. He's getting to 3/3 upgrades already. And INexorable just wasn't fully aware what was coming his way. If you're curious, how do you defend against this? SimCity. You need SimCity, you need to wall up and wall off. GG gets called, and Shakti takes a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Does take a lead. And with that, Shakti is now 1 game away from knocking INexorable out of the tournament. Let's go. Let us go. And again, yeah, that style can be quite oppressive. This is a composition, this is a style that used to be quite trendy a couple of years ago. I did bring up Haas's name, and Haas did popularize it, that is true, and then it kind of hit the mainstream. We can get into it here. But it did hit the mainstream, and when it did hit the mainstream, it became quite a difficult style to play against. Winding it back here, how you would need to play against this, and it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good when you're the defending Terran player. Doesn't feel good when you're the defending Terran player, but basically you have to forego map control. You have to back off. You cannot go for these early pushes. You have to retreat, and you have to set up back at home with bunkers, with depots. The worst thing, or the most difficult thing for Zealots to deal with is SimCity. As you could even see when we saw the Zealots trying to push into the mineral line, like the gas geyser and the bunker were a big obstacle for those Zealots to really get any value here. So creating these choke points, these artificial choke points with your buildings is necessary. It doesn't feel good to be forced to be defensive, but you need to be. Like, you can't move out, you can't try to be active. Like, that's exactly what the Protoss player wants, because then you're fighting without that defensive advantage, without that SimCity. So typically you do have to kind of like just back off, forego map control, turtle up instead, just wall up on your 3 bases, slowly get a 4th base, and then when you have a more robust army with ghosts, with widow mines, you know, 150 supply plus, then you can start being active, then you can start moving out. That's typically how you would approach this. But again, this was also more of a style before INexorable you know, hit the pro level, right? Like this was back in like 2021, 2022 sort of era of StarCraft, before INexorable had hit GM and yeah, had kind of reached the upper echelons of play. So we'll see how he can adjust if it's the same style. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have our Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing AlisoN Esports down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is INexorable. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss representing AlisoN Gaming, leading the series 1-0 with a very old style. It is Shakti. We go. Now, Shakti, he is not a one-trick pony. He's very diverse when it comes to his play, so we could see the same style, or we could see something very different. My eyes are on Shakti here. Again, nowadays, as I mentioned, he is more of a part-time player. He plays in his free time, I should say. He's not as devoted as he used to be, and because of that, he might be a little bit more free to try some more crazy builds and try some more unique styles as well. I'm sure there's a lot less pressure on him than there used to be. Here we go. Here's now setting up. Nexus is on the way. So once again, gate expand. Likewise, ooh, double factory. So different opener. Double factory here. Sorry, double gas, I meant to say. Double gas by INexorable into a factory setup, into a delayed CC. This is going to be a more aggressive start here from our Terran player. This can lead into additional Reaper Hellion early on. This can lead into early Widowmine or a committed Widowmine drop. This can lead into early Cyclone production, early tank drop. This can lead into Banshees as well. INexorable, he has options, but I do like that he's mixing it up here against Shakti. Going to try to be more assertive early on. Let's go. Let us go. As INexorable is checking for proxies, is scouting. Checks top left, checks bottom right. INexorable does attempt to confirm what's going on and make sure it doesn't get caught with his pants down. As we do have a Twilight Council opener out of Shakti. Twilight Council once again has the same SimCity setup. Meanwhile, Reactor Reaper Hellion is on the way. Now, the goal here with Reactor Reaper Hellion is ideally to break through the initial gateway units and to bust into a mineral line to get some economic damage done. And we'll see what he can get done. We can see what he can do, as Hallucination does confirm the Reaper Hellion. So Shakti, he is aware. He is aware of what's coming his way. He does have a sentry, does have force fields. He is ready to receive. They bust into the main. They get a probe so far. They got one worker. Hellie's is in the mineral line. So far, though, Shakti, he responds in time. Good reaction. Does pull away. Does pull away. Does save his workers. INexorable pivoting away. Pulling back. Regrouping. And diving in once. And he wants a sentry. Does want a shield battery within range. Saves a sentry. Nice down there by Shakti. He had to pull back in time. As getting his third. Just like the previous game, what do we see here? 2-gate opener, 2-gate blink into a third base, and this last game led into a massive gateway explosion with charge and double forge. Does Shakti go for the same style? Does he do it again? To see INexorable following this up with a mine drop, tech lab on the factory, into his tank production, and the Reapers, they dip into the main. Into the main base. They get 2 probes so far. Moving away. And the mine drop has yet to commit. Rotating over into the main. Hellion Reaper going to be distracting towards the natural. Attempt to distract. Getting a probe while Shakti's distracted. Here comes a mind drop. Does he notice in time? Oh, he does. He does. Oh no! Oh my god, massive connection. 7 probes go down. It did not react in time. And with that INexorable, he does pop up. Strong start. Strong start for INexorable. Meanwhile, soldiers are getting across the map. Bunker is not done. The Marines are being targeted, but we have plenty to defend. Bunker does complete. And INexorable, he should be securing himself. And do you see what I see? Double Forge. Double Forge. Gateways. No gases at the natural. No gases at the third base. Zealot charge is on the way. This looks like the same style so far. Does look like the same setup. Wouldn't mind they come back in. Oh no! Shakti! Up! Whew, does pull away. Better response. Leading out only 2 probes. Only 2 workers. But we are waiting for those gateways. And here they come. And it's the same thing. Okay, same build 2 games in a row. Now, what I will say, this time INexorable is aware. This time he is more or less aware of the strengths of this build. And quickly checking his vision here, he didn't see the forges. He didn't see the forges, didn't see the gateways yet either. So INexorable, he does not have confirmation. He has no confirmation yet as to what's happening. 3rd TC is on the way. He's building up towards stim and +1. Now, I am concerned if he blindly moves out with his stim timing. If he moves out with his stim timing, then we could see a repeat of last game, where Shakti engages in the center of the map, he overwhelms the army, he gains map control, and he never lets go. He then never lets go. So a lot of this is going to come down to INexorable scouting and then his reaction to what he sees. But he hasn't scouted yet. There's a lot riding on either the mine drop to get an eye on the main, or a scan. As INexorable, his army gets spotted. Shakti will slow it down. Picks up a Marine. And INexorable, he's not pushing. He's getting his 3rd. This is a good thing. This is a good sign so far. By now, at this point in this game, he scans. Okay, I was going to say in game 1, he would have already been moving out by now. He scans the natural. He sees no gases. That is a tell. It doesn't say everything, but it is a sign of things to come. Order towers into the 3rd base, also confirming no gases. And now he should know. Seeing no gas at either the 3rd or the natural, like that's enough. And what do we have? We have Liberators on the way. Shakti is moving out. We're still lacking some bunkers here. But there's at least the one here at the natural. Shakti rotating over. INexorable getting some spotted depots. For the most part being much more secure at home. Oh. As he does rotate. Does rotate over. Liberators are set. This time a much stronger position here for INexorable. Does chase, gets a couple of zealots. And I worry if he chases this across the map. He's going to try to take down the sentry. INexorable, he does commit. Shakti, from here he can back off, he can get extra warp ins. And ideally Shakti wants to surround this army. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for a surround. Wants to engage before the tanks do siege. Shakti, you can see here he's got mass zealot. Like, INexorable, he has to get the hell out of here. I mean, this arena with this choke point, alleyway, pretty strong. Let's make sure he doesn't get surrounded. Shakti pulls away. Does come across the main army. Mine shot going up. And so far, INexorable, he does Kai well. Force field working against Shakti. As also going to be falling, and INexorable, he does take the much better fight. And much better engage here. Takes down all the zealots. Did lose his tanks. True. Tanks did go down. Has to pull away. Shakti still reinforcing. Now is taking gases, and now is taking up into double robo, triple robo into Colossus. Very interesting transition here, but that's a lot of gases being taken. So Shakti, the opener was the same, but he is transitioning out of this. There are layers. Now, what I will say is that he's vulnerable. Right now, Colossus production only just began, and there's no range. There's no range on the Colossus. So right now, INexorable has an advantage, has a lead. He can move out here and now, and Shakti is in a bit of trouble. Let's pull away, getting another base. Getting another expansion. Liberator has arrived. Probe's going to be falling in the main base, and sorry, in the natural and in the fourth. Missile goes off. INexorable playing this out well. Moving out with a second army. It's going to be 13 probe kills. Moves out with the second force. Up. Going to be forced to kite back. Likewise, nice target firing here on the Medivacs. Nicely done. Medivacs to be falling. Here comes the second army. The Colossus, I believe, should be at home to defend. Yeah, they're trying to respond, but they're out of position. They're out of position. Probes. Oh, going to be forced back. Mine shot going up. Colossus have arrived. So far, Shakti defends. Does he have a recall? He does. Doesn't go for it. Does try to rotate back. The Colossus! Oh my god, massive EMP, and both Colossus, they're going to go down. He gets one! No, not shot. He doesn't! Doesn't get it! Colossus pulls away. Did I speak too soon? Oh my god. INexorable barely does not get the Colossus. Was so close. Down to red HP. Shakti is holding. He's holding on. INexorable still rallying across the map. Oh, finds a couple stalkers. Takes down this also runs into the main army. Oh my god. Yeah, there's 3 Colossi. To the middle line. Does drop in. Distracts some of the reinforcements. But Shakti is not stopping. He's not stopping. He's not slowing down. Still rallying in towards that third. As yeah, GG gets called. We have 4 Colossus just rocking up the ramp into the third base. And INexorable losing map control, and Shakti with a different variation of that build does take it 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Impressive play here by Shakti, again showing he has layers. He has layers to his play, layers to his builds. I will say that INexorable, he initially had a better response, which forced a transition out of Shakti, that is true, but unfortunately, despite the aggression of INexorable, he did fail to snipe the Colossus. He did fail to cripple the economy. He was being very active, and the reality is that Shakti got away with the greed. He got away with the greed. He got away with some crazy play, unique play as well. GG. GG. GG, well played. Cool. So congratulations here to Shakti. That's a big win here for our Protoss player. I was favoring INexorable coming into this, but again, was kind of caught off guard, and yeah, out of left field, Shakti just knocks him out and knocks him down. And now the question becomes, who's up next? Who is up next here on the channel? Let's catch up on the bracket. Okay, speaking of catching up with the brackets, we do have some updates, a lot of updates actually. Oh my god, we have Erik. Erik takes down Victor 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals. Kamikaze takes down Don Minoko 2-0 as well, and now Erik and Kamikaze, they're facing off in a ZVT. They are mid-series. Likewise, Shakti also to the semis, and Shakti is waiting for MasTeR and AlisoN. For those who do not know these players, MasTeR and AlisoN, they are Protoss players, and so is Shakti. I would say MasTeR, Shakti, AlisoN, those are the top 3 Protosses in Brazil. Papi. So they are the top 3 Protosses, and we have confirmation then one of these 3 is going to make it to the grand finals. Who exactly? It's a hard call, I'll be honest. AlisoN is the weakest of the 3, but at the same time, AlisoN is very cheesy. He's very cheesy, and AlisoN has proxied and cheesed the hell out of MasTeR before. So AlisoN is a dangerous opponent, is what I would say. It's a very dangerous opponent. Best of luck to MasTeR. When it comes to standard macro play, I would favor MasTeR. But Shakti has a lot of experience. Shakti can be very aggressive himself as well. So I could see MasTeR falling. But if all goes as it should be, like MasTeR is favored to make it to the finals. But again, AlisoN and Shakti both have chances, both have opportunities. They both, again, it's not fully one-sided as to MasTeR making it through. And again, similarly to INexorable, right, where I would favor INexorable against Shakti, but Shakti, he put him off guard. Again, did not play standard at all. A more unique style from Shakti did catch INexorable off guard, and we could even see something similar in that PvP. We'll see. We shall see. Meanwhile, looks like Erik and Kamikaze are out of game. Are they? Oh no, they're in game. They are in game. So we have some downtime. Here. Erik and Kamikaze, they're currently mid-series. They're either in game 1 or game 2. So unfortunately, it looks like we might miss that, but ideally we get to catch them in the finals, the winner of that series, I mean. We might jump in mid-series as well. We'll see. Big fan of Erik, of course. He's our boy, papi. He's our boy. He's one of the CranKy Ducklings. So we might be able to catch some Erik. Otherwise, we might just wait for MasTeR and AlisoN to wrap up, as we are somewhat nearing the end of the broadcast. Un momento here. There we go. Just cleaning up the bracket a little bit. Here we go. As from here, we are going to be heading over to... from here, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. Again, either the upper semis with Erik and Kamikaze, or MasTeR vs. AlisoN, or the winner versus Shakti. We'll have one of these matches after the break. Take this time to get some rest, get some snacks, get some food, and we'll be back soon here with some more StarCraft action. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, we are here with the semifinals. The semifinals of Code for Giants Cup number 20. Your bi-weekly dose, your fortnightly dose of Brazilian StarCraft. And we are here with something special. We're jumping in mid-series. We do have the lower semifinals getting ready. Don't get me wrong. We have Shakti and MasTeR. They're about to lock in. They're about to face off. But I gotta be here for our boy, Papi. I have to. Oh my god. As we are jumping in mid-series into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran for Clan NWCE. It is a Kamikaze. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have one of our own. We have representing the CranKy Ducklings from the land of Brazil. It is Erik. As he's up 1-0. Again, Erik, he is our boy. For those that are curious, the CranKy Ducklings, we actually did found our pro team many years ago, signing on a Latin American roster with players like Erik, players like Ryu, players like Neo as well. And of course, it's many years later here, and Erik is still competing, still playing. Did take some time off, don't get me wrong. Did focus on his studies. I believe has since graduated and has since gotten his degree and all that good stuff. I believe in the medical field, by the way, so big shout to Erik. And yeah, we'll see how he can perform here and now, as he is the favorite player here. He's the best Zerg player in all of Brazil. Let's go. We're here for him, Papi. Always. What does he stand for? He stands for endurance, righteousness, intellect, and kangaroo. Let's go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets when you think will take the series. Erik is favored 100% to win the entire event. No bias. But Kamikaze, he is going to be a strong contender here. Kamikaze, he is known for mech. He's known for meching it up, especially on a large map like Abyssal Reef. That is where mech can be favored. You can defend it very nicely here on Abyssal Reef, and I'm sure Kamikaze is looking to embrace that advantage, embrace that feature as best he can. Oh boy. So we'll see how Erik can deal with the problem that is Kamikaze. But now Reaper into the main. Again, Hatcher gets full standard opener out of Erik. Reaper does dip in. Ooh, does not get the drone. Is forced back. Erik so far does keep up. Behind this, Kamikaze going for, I would imagine, third CC before starports. We're building up. We're getting ready. As Erik, he's rushing into a lair. Let's go. That's going to be, what, a 245, 240 lair timing here for Erik. Very fast, very quick. With an early lair, what does this lead to? Well, I want to say two things. One, 2-ace Muta is what I would assume early on. This could be like, for example, Link Queen Link Queen Nidus all in, but there's no link speed. There's no link speed here. This could be for Nidus space play, but again, I'm not really feeling that too much of that either here. This could be 2-ace Muta if we were casting any other player, but because we're casting Erik, he has been known to embrace something a little bit different, to embrace 2-ace Swarm Host in this matchup. Double starport. Oh my, we're all crazy. Okay, we're going for a starport before CC, going double starport even. Double starport Mass Banshee, double starport into BC. What's it gonna be here? Roach Warren gets thrown down. Both players are doing some crazy builds. Where are we going? Where are we headed? The lair is about to finish. Do we go for the Nidus? Do we go for the Infestation Pit? Do we go for the Swarm Host? There it is. 2-base Swarm Host. Again, for those that are familiar with Erik, this should not be a surprise to you, but again, Erik, he is fond and he prefers 2-base Swarm Host over 2-base Muta, especially with the latest buffs to Infestor. I say latest buff, it happened a year ago, but back in the day, Infestors, they used to need Pathogen Glands to start with energy. Nowadays, you no longer need that. Nowadays, you can, you actually do start things off with a Fungal already, so this means that you can actually make safety Infestors after your initial Roach aggression, then into Swarm Host play. There's layers to this build, and it's been a while since we've seen Erik whip this out. It's been a while. Meanwhile, as Erik is, doing flips and doing all this crazy stuff by going Roaches into Swarm Host, we do see Mass Banshee. Hyperfight Rotors, Cloak is on the way. Erik, he comes in for the Scout. Does come in, but ooh, the Scout is denied, and Erik, what does he see? He sees a tech lab, he sees it researching. That's all he sees. Oh boy. And here come those Swarm Hosts. So it looks like he recognizes it's going to be Banshee, but he doesn't know how committed these Banshees are. Does not know. Spores are good, but more Queens would be better. for the time being, here come those Swarm Hosts. So the goal here is to get 4 Swarm Hosts. We have Burrow as well. The goal is to burrow the Swarm Hosts at key locations to keep rallying Locust Waves in, to force out scans, to get economic damage. This is efficient. This is not mass Swarm Hosts. It should just be 4. It should just be 4 Swarm Hosts, then into Roaches, then into Infestors. The goal here of the Infestors is to support the Roaches because the Roach count is going to be very low compared to a counterattack. Assuming there would be a counterattack, as again, we're getting into mech. Factories are on the way. No surprise here. Again, Kamikaze, he's known for mech. That's why we brought it up at the start of the game. Is why we brought it up. And here come those Swarm Hosts. And again, Burrow is done. The first Swarm Host is going to be found out already. The first Swarm Host is found. Does burrow in time. Banshees are also scouted. Again, 4 Banshees already. It's crazy. But, I mean, the Swarm Hosts, they scout, they confirm. Locust Wave into the main. Initially, Locust Wave into the main base, distracting his opponent. Now, we just see it on Locust Wave towards the natural, and we want to preserve these Locusts until the army moves out. Like, Erik, he doesn't want to reveal his position. But Kamikaze, he is aware. Go, Locust Wave shuts down the Hellion. And another Locust Wave here into the mineral line as well. So far, good use of these Locust Waves. Again, no major damage yet. He's gotten a Hellion here or there. A Depot as well. Oof. Does try to escape. Raven! Oh, the Raven's popped out. Good response. I mean, because of all the tech labs, true. Banshee into Raven. And with that, Kamikaze has gained map control behind this, going into Roaches. We have a Spire on the way. Erik, is he taking up too much? I think he is. He might just be taking up too much. We need more Queens. We need more anti-air. Roaches, they hold their own. Queens, they pull back. They have transfuse. Ooh, barely keeping each other alive. But now we're down to 2 Queens, down to 1. And soon to be down to 0. The Roaches, they shut down the Hellions, but the Banshees, they reign supreme. Oh my god. The Banshees, they're buying, sorry, the Queens are buying more time. Forcing back Kamikaze, and the Spire is done. The Corruptors are on the way. I'm impressed here that the Spiders finish up in time, and the Locust Waves, they continue. They deny the third, they take down a Mule. Ideally, these Locusts did want to force out scans, but the Ravens do complicate things. As they try to burrow, but the Ravens here, they shut them down. So very nice defense by Kamikaze overall. The Locusts, they did not, so the Storm Hosts did not pay for themselves. The Roaches are building up. Are building up. Alas, Erik, he holds, he maintains his economy, getting another expansion, and now we can take a breath. we can take a moment, we can take a breath. It's been an intense game here. There are those Infestors that we did mention. Again, like, the reason why we brought it up here is that Infestors, they have changed since the last time we saw this build from Erik, and now you have those Fungals immediately, so they're much greater supportive units here to actually survive and actually defend against any form of push. That is what makes this build that much more viable here, that much more safe. And from here, we should be done with Storm Host and just going pure Roach Ravager. Ling Roach Ravager, as we have Ling Speed and plus on melee on the way. Infestors have arrived. Now, what's important here is that the Banshee count is still very high. Very high Banshee counts. 8 Banshees. That's what the Corruptors are for. The Cyclone count is very low because of the Banshees. Here comes the Fungal. Oh, massive connection. Oh my god. The connection is brutal. Locks them down. Oh my god, Files do connect. And with that, Kamikaze gets to get the hell out of here. Bleeds out most of his ground army. Corruptors are on the chase. He wants the Raven. He gets it. Takes down the Raven. Takes down one. Takes down a Banshee as well. And another Raven. Brutal pickoffs. So much more efficient pickoffs here from Erik. Much more efficient trades. Does pull back. As another Overseer has arrived, the Banshees, they can just get bullied back. They get forced to retreat. Likewise, moving forward. Oh! Files, they will connect. They shut down the mines. Nicely done. Yeah, the Kamikaze is in trouble. He's bleeding out too much too quickly here. There's barely any Banshees left. That's the, I mean, the entire point of this build was to build up the Banshee count, to have any kind of support. Cyclones are exposed. Another Cyclone falls down to 4. 4 cyclones left. Getting up to 5. Ducklings, they flood in. He busts into the main base. Another cyclone falls down to 3. Down to 3 cyclones. Voids are being pulled. SCVs are falling. And this is still a better trade for Erik. He's going to be cleaned up, but he takes down 6 more SCVs. Ooh, planetary is done. Planetary is complete. Erik pulls away. He pulls back, getting into a greater spire. I mean, he does have the beginnings here and the makings of Broodlord Infestor, but doesn't really have the economy for it. He still needs to drone. Still needs to drone up, still needs to saturate. There we go. Ooh, and we can take a breath. We can take a breath here. As we mentioned, Broodlord Infestor, there it is. The Broodlords are morphing in. There's going to be 7 Broodlords for Erik. Kamikaze, back at home, is getting secure here on a 4-base economy, getting a 5th as we speak. Building up his cyclone count. So he will have some anti-air. There we go. There we go. Erik is moving out. Does move out, knocks down the tank, heads towards the planetary. Planetary's under fire at the same time, going for a base raid. Oh, let's go. Cyclones across the map. Broodlord's pushing in. Oh. As Cyclones, they bust into the middle line. Drone's going to be falling. There are reinforcements, though. Erik, can he hold on without the Broodlords? Lings, they come in first round, and oh my god, with the help of the Lings, the Cyclones, they will fall one after the other. Erik, he does hold, and across the map, he takes down the expansion. Planetary goes down. Erik losing 10 workers. The Banshee's still, they're still getting damage done. True. Oh, the Fungal, though. Nice Fungal. Yeah, Fungals will clean up these Banshees. And Erik, he's not going to be stopped. He's snowballing out of control. Takes down 2 bases, shuts down the main army. We have Thors building up. Thors are here. There's 5 Broodlords left. But now the Roach Ravager's unchained. Now he's unbound. Now he can move out. No longer forced to defend. We're done with the Roach Ravager. Erik, he forced out Thors. And now we can just focus on a ground army. We can just remax, rebuild on a ground army instead. The Broodlords, they did their job. They did achieve their goal. Headed for the mineral line. SCV's going down. So let's move forward once again, denying the expansion. Again, plenty of Roach Ravager. Tank line has arrived. But the Vipers are here. Oh no, the Vipers! Vipers, they get sent away. There's a power bomb. Vikings, they will shut down the air. Kamikaze, he's holding. Yeah, he is holding on. A bit of a blundered assault here from Erik. Bleeds out a Viper, bleeds out Corruptors. Broodlords are moving in, but there's so many Vikings here. Oh, the Fungal Powerbomb combo. Not bad. The Vikings, they get low on HP. But the Broodlords are isolated. They're going to go down. Yeah, brutal losses here for Erik. Gonna lose every single Broodlord. Are we coming to try to go for the save? Oh. Saving 3 Broodlords. The Wilds. Oh my god. Getting a Thor as well. Erik has to pull back. Once again, brutal losses here to the tank line, but the economy here is what's lacking for Kamikaze. Kamikaze doing very well here with this army, but Erik, he can back off, he can rebuild, he can remax. He's got more Lings on the way, more Ravagers on the way. May have lost his Broodlords, but actually, can he deal with this? The Infestors! Oh no! The Infestors! Oh my god, another one goes down. Down to 3. Yeah, Erik leaving his army idle. Not like this. So here we go. Bulls moving forward. Once again, the Wiles, they do connect. They even force some friendly fire. The tanks, I mean. And the Thor line just goes down almost in an instant. Jesus. Down to 1 Thor. Tanks pull away. Kamikaze's forced retreat. He has limited anti-air. Broodlords are morphing in once again. And without those Thors, Broodlords, they reign supreme once again. So Kamikaze back into Thor production. Back into Thors, building up his anti-air. He's surviving, getting his 4th base operational. Likewise, Erik still doesn't have the best economy himself. Oh, his Hellions get into the mineral line. Oh my god. And Blue Flame is done. Drones going down. 12 workers do fall. Oh, the economy here. Some 14, 15. 15 workers. Ay, ay, ay. Crazy damage. Kamikaze is still in this game. I mean, Erik, he does have the supply lead, don't get me wrong. Kamikaze has the more efficient army. So Erik has to be so careful with how he does engage. As Neural is done, let's go. Neural's the Thors, and with that, Erik, he breaks through the defensive line. Whew, barely breaks the back of Kamikaze, and Erik, he will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god, Erik, he will claim the series 2-0. Again, a very intense series and a crazy start as well. Remember, this all began with Kamikaze going double starport Mass Banshee and Erik going 2-base Swarm Host. Crazy. And again, like, Kamikaze had a pretty strong start. With the Raven follow-up, the Swarm Host didn't really do much damage. I'll be honest, like, the Swarm Host, it did set Erik behind more than anything. Of course, that led into Roach Ravager, it led into Infestors, led into a more robust army. We had a back and forth as well. Very intense game, very chaotic, very Erik. GG. GG, well played. I do love to see it, as Erik does claim the series, does advance on into the grand finals. And the question becomes, who will he face off against, as he is waiting for the winner of MasTeR and Shakti as they are locked into their PvP. Quickly checking, it looks like MasTeR is up 1-0. They're currently in game number 2. Okay. So they're currently in game 2. They're currently being covered and casted by Cosmos. So shout out to Cosmos, of course, as he is covering those matches on his channel in Brazilian, in Portuguese. So we are going to be waiting. We're going to be lying in wait here for MasTeR and Shakti to finish up game 2. We might be able to get into the ace match, or we'll follow them into the finals. Regardless, we have some downtime. We do have some downtime here. We're going to be getting some rest. We're going to be taking a moment here to hydrate our Hydras, stretch our Roaches, massage our Marines, and tuck in all of your Tempests. When we come back, we will have either... Hold on, I showed here. When we come back, we will have either the grand finals... Oh, never mind. Vito's on the way. My apologies. MasTeR does take down Shakti 2-0, and after the break, we have Erik versus MasTeR. We have made it here to the grand finals. We'll see you guys after the break. See you soon. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OC as we have returned. We have returned here with the grand finals. The grand finals of Code for Giants Cup number 20. We're here to crown the best player in all of Brazil. And we have our top two. We have our top Zerg and our top Protoss. And we are locked into a best of 5. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brazilian Protoss player, the red Protoss. Representing Team Hellfire, it is MasTeR. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As I'm sure this is going to be a close one here. We have seen these two go back and forth. We have seen Erik take down MasTeR. We've seen MasTeR take down Erik. They do trade blows, and I'm not expecting a 3-0. I'll be honest, I'm not expecting a 3-0. I'm expecting either a 3-1 or a 3-2 in either direction. We'll see how this series does pan out, but the pressure is on. Here we go. We actually haven't casted MasTeR tonight. We missed him in the semifinals as we hopped over to cast Erik. But again, MasTeR, he is a beast himself. He is the best Protoss in all of Latino America. He's an animal. And we'll see how he fares against Erik, as Erik has a very unique style of Zerg. Very unique style of ZVP. Speaking of, there it is. We do have the macro hatchery. Let's go. So it is going to be a hatch pool hatch opener here out of Erik. This is Erik's go-to opener in this matchup. For those that are curious what exactly is going on here, this is a technically more efficient start. I say technically more efficient. The downside here is that it is more greedy. It's a very greedy start to the game here. Basically, you are foregoing queens. You are foregoing your queen production. Your second queen is going to be delayed. Your second queen is going to be delayed in favor of this macro hatchery. In the long run, this favors you, but you can be punished, you can be abused for the low queen count. So there is a give and take here that you have to kind of take into consideration, as the hatchery does make up for your otherwise lost inject. Likewise, it makes up for your otherwise tumor as well. So the hatchery does give you a boost. It also gives you extra larva coming into the mid game as well. So it does give you just overall a boosted economy. Is a more efficient start, but at a cost. At a cost of queens. Meanwhile, back at home, MasTeR going for his own Stargate opener. Standard play. Stargate play here out of MasTeR. Stargates into Oracle into a third. We don't really expect MasTeR to deviate too much. He is very much so mid-game oriented, very heavily Blink oriented as well. That is usually MasTER's style. We'll keep an eye on him. We'll keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, Erik going lair first. Okay, so hatch, pool, hatch into gases, into now lair. With this, we can rush into early Hydras. We can rush into early Spire as well. I do know that Erik does like playing Muta off of this. Meanwhile, Phoenix opener, not Oracle. Link does confirm. Phoenix is here. Phoenix first here out of MasTeR into the Oracle. We'll hunt down the Overlord. We'll hunt down and deny vision. And Erik, how do we respond to this? Are we still going to go Spire? Are we still going to go Muta? I mean, it's only one Phoenix, right? It's only one Phoenix here. So Muta play can still work. It is still risky to embrace, but possible. It is still possible. As we have the Stargate into Robo. Okay, Mass is popping up a little bit as well. Okay. We're all going in our own directions. The lair has completed. Ooh, okay, it's going to be Hydras, not Spire. Interesting. We're going into Hydra production instead. Our setting up is going to be Lingbane Hydra out of Erik. Likewise, MasTeR securing himself. Going Robo into Twilight Council. Twilight Council, we have gateways being thrown down as well. And this looks like, I'll be honest, this looks like Archons. To go for a delayed Twilight Council typically means Temple Archives. So Temple Archives into Archons into Storm. We'll see if that's the case. As we are waiting for that take of choice. Yep, there it is, Temple Archives. Whew, okay, we still got it. It's been a while. But yes, this is an Archon build, an Archon-based opener. Going for Archons, then into Charge Lots, not into Blink. Not into Blink, not into Stalkers. And Charger Archon honestly can trade very well against Ling Hydra, which is exactly what Erik is building up. So I'm concerned. A lot of this defense, once this army does get across the map, is going to come down to the Banelings. Banelings, they need to shut down the Zealots. If they do not, then Erik's going to be in trouble. As we're getting ready for the Archon drop, at the same time, Erik does move out across the map, headed for the mineral line, headed for the third base. Does head for the third. Now going to be deflected. Archons are morphing in. And MasTeR making his way towards that natural. Likewise, Erik pokes in towards that mineral line. Oh, not bad. Gets 3 probes. 3 workers go down. Archons move in. Erik out of position at the same time, though he's breaking into the mineral line. MasTer is not ready. He's not ready for this. Again, his Archons are across the map instead. They are getting damage done, but that pales in comparison to this, as that's going to be 15 dead workers. And MasTer, he's just going to fall over here. Yeah, the base is going to fall. He commits. We're going for the base trade. Let's go. We're going for the base trade. Erik, he's racing back over the drones. No, get out of here. Oh, they do stack up. Yeah, massive Archon volley is going to be going up. 6 drones go down, and he wants the workers. He chases them down. Match control with the Prism. Will keep up. Erik tries to split. Oh my god, they just melt. They just get deleted. 17 drone kills. Ling Hydra did race back home. Whew. Prism survives and recalls. And now we have to take stock here. We have to take stock as MasTer. Yes, he lost the base. He lost the base. He lost part of his mineral line as well. That is true. But Erik, he lost 17 drones. He lost that much more. MasTer, he has the higher, he has the better economy. He has the better probe count. Now taking a third base. Erik needs to redrone, and he did go for the Spire. Of course he did. He went Ling Hydra into Muta. 1 Muta, by the way. Just the one. Yeah, Erik, he can't afford too much else. Okay. Okay. Speaking of the 1 Muta, get shut down immediately. So not the best investment here from Erik. He has to pull back into Banelings, into Hydras. He's actually forcing another Phoenix out of MasTer. So actually that 1 Muta is doing some damage. As Phoenixes are going to be lackluster here. They're not really going to help too much against Ling Hydra. Yo, was that the plan for the Muta? You know what? If Erik wins this game, I'm going to ask him about the Muta. I'm going to ask him if it was designed to try to force an overreaction. No shot. It's got to be a mistake. Gotta be. As Storm is done, plenty of High Templar, plenty of Storms. Erik taking a 4th base, going for the gold, still trying to saturate. Again, Erik's economy is still lackluster, and I have to favor MasTer here. I'll be honest, I have to favor MasTer. He's got Archon, Immortal, Storm, High Templar. Like, he has a very, very robust army. And Erik is still stuck droning. Like, he can't really keep up too much. He does have a Hydra Force himself, but it's so vulnerable to Storms. The problem here is that I can see this army just crumbling to Storm. Like, Erik cannot fight this head on. Not without either Banelings or without Lurkers. I mean, he's investing into +1 range. Oh, sorry, +1 air attack. Lings, they slip in. They barely do slip by. Flooding into the main, but there's a cannon in position. Here comes MasTer, terrifying army. Zelta Erik's end, Lings from behind. Attempt this around. Nice Storms. I should say, nice that we're forcing out these Storms. But there's still many more behind this. Oh, but that splits. Erik. He's crazy. Avoids the Storms, but there's still more behind this. There's still at least 3. Ooh, down to 2. Down to 2. Erik pulls away. MasTer moving forward. Once again, Erik setting up the concave. Baiting out more Storms. MasTer has to be careful. He's running out. He's got 1 Storm left. 1 Storm remaining. You can see there in the center, soon to be 2 Storms. He needs a little bit more time. There's the Storm. And now he's out. Now he's out, he has to pull away, gives up the expansion, gives up the base. Erik could try to keep pushing, waiting for Banelings instead. And this will give time for at least one more storm to finish up. Yeah, there's one storm here available. Soon to be two. One storm for now. Erik's heading to the concave. No Baneling speed. Fleet Being's on the way. And Erik taking a little bit too long to engage. At the same time, defends at home. Defends the run by. Okay, Baneling speed is done. Does roll in. There are the two storms. Oh my god, the storms, they just shut this down. Again, MasTeR able to buy enough time for all these storms. Despite that, he's now out. He's out of storm. And without any more storms, can Erik break through? Oh, it's going to be close. Yeah, reinforcements have arrived. Archons do finish up just in time. And with the help of these Archons, MasTeR, he can overwhelm. Again, Erik, he was so close to breaking this army. MasTeR does pull back, not too confident without storms. Then we go for more High Templar morphing in. We have the carrier on the way. Getting to his carrier. Getting to some carrier production, to some Sky Toss. Just the one. Oof. Storm popping up. Does pop up. Erik pulling back. Storms are ready. There's 4 High Templar, each with 1. And you can see here that the storms, they just bully back the Ling Bane. This army has no longevity for Erik, and we do see that MasTeR is done it. He breaks through. And MasTeR, he's kicking things off with a win here. As he chases Erik all the way back. And again, Erik, he has no lurkers behind this. He has no supply to surround. That would have been the only chance for this kind of army. MasTeR, he overwhelms. The Prism has arrived to reinforce. Then we go massive warp in. Hydras, they dive forward. They don't get the Prism. And even if they did, I mean, there's just too much on the ground. MasTeR, he gets on top of the gold. And the gold base is going to fall. The one thing keeping Erik in this game. GG gets called, and MasTeR will take game number 1. Whew. GG. MasTeR will take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense start to the game. We had 2 base Hydra out of Erik into Spire as well, into the 1 Muta. We saw Erik go for a pseudo base trade where, yes, Erik, he did kill the 3rd, but Erik lost 17 drones. If that hadn't happened, if he hadn't lost so many workers, then Erik would have been in a beautiful position, but it wasn't worth it. In the end, sure, he killed the base, but he lost even more back at home, and that set Erik behind. Erik, he was struggling to keep up from that moment and failed to do so. Wasn't able to sustain himself. GG. GG, well played with that. Erik does, or MasTeR does take a lead, and the pressure is now on Erik to bounce back. As a reminder, this is a best of 5. Best of 5, plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come, but the pressure is now on. And again, you can see that, again, MasTeR, he is very familiar with Erik. Very familiar, very much so. And he's able to keep up with him. He's able to keep up. As you can hear the beeps, we are getting into our next game. I'm going to be on King's Cove. Interesting. One of the larger maps of the map pool. One of the larger maps. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, so left-hand corner of the King's Cove, we have the South Korean Zerg. Oh, South Korean? Jeez. I'm still waking up. I mean, the Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings. From Korea confirmed. What does he stand for? Who is he? He stands for endurance, righteousness, intellect, and kangaroo. It is Erik. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss from Brazil, representing Team Hellfire, leading the series 1-0. About to be hatch blocked. It is MasTeR. Here we go. So yeah, the drone has arrived, and here comes that hatchery across the map. So a very different start here from Erik. We opened up last game with the MasTeR macro hatchery. This time we open up with the hatch block instead, and we do force an inefficient start out of MasTeR. Let's go. Let us go. MasTeR forced to pull the boys. That's going to be 5 probes off the mineral line, not mining, instead attacking a building. And again, Erik should not allow this to finish, should it cancel eventually, and may even go for a gas steal in the main. Meanwhile, MasTeR he's across the map. It's going to be hatch into pool opener out of Erik, as the probe is on patrol. Erik, he does not want to take the unnatural natural, not on King's Cove. I mean, welcome. King's Cove is a very large map of the map pool, very defendable on 3 bases. As a result, we see a lot of late game, or a lot of mid to late game on King's Cove. As hatchery, ooh, he's getting low. He's going to be cancelled. Hatchery is cancelled. The drone's still patrolling around the location just to delay a little bit further. And here comes that macro hatch. So hatch block into pool, into macro hatch, into gases. Jesus. Okay. Let him cook. And because we're taking our gases here, I believe this is going to buy some time for the Lings to move out to deal with this probe to eventually expand. So a very quirky start here from Erik, but I mean we're getting there. We're getting there, Pappy. As Lings have arrived, and Erik can now expand. Again, it is a late expansion, I will say that, but an expansion nonetheless. Erik is going to be sustaining himself. Likewise, MasTeR is also getting into his own natural as we speak as well. Was also delayed. So both players have their kind of openers disrupted here. Who comes out ahead, who comes out on top, that becomes the question. I want to say that Erik, he's used to this kind of position a lot more, so he's very comfortable playing from a more awkward game state. I want to believe that. As he does take out one of the Lings. Behind the Stargate opener out of MasTeR, we do have our 3rd hatchery on the way for Erik already. Getting to his 3rd. Just stretching. As Dep say shade and they get shut out by the Queens. Not bad. One Dep goes down, there's one Dep left. Behind this is another Stargate. It's going to be an Oracle opener out of MasTeR. No Phoenix first. Ooh, as MasTeR, he does get a drone. Gets one. Takes on 1 drone for 2 Adepts. Or I guess 2 Lings and a drone for 2 Adepts. Better trade for Erik. Does defend well. Taking his 3rd base. Get into his gas income. Now, on a larger map like King's Cove, I would say that 2-base muta play or fast layer into mutas is more viable on this map. So that is going to be an option. Speaking of options, though, MasTeR, he opens up with the Phoenix after the Oracle. Once again, very safe play, and once again will deter Spire play out of Erik. If it's what he wanted, he's going to be denied it. Oracle dives into the main. At least attempts to. Gonna be zoned away. Gonna be zoned back. Erik, for now, he's holding. And is going for a 5-minute lair. So it's still lair first, lair before any other tech structure, but far later than previously. Meanwhile, Lings, they get across the map. To get across. They snipe a pylon, they buy some time. Once again, was it a Robo follow-up? Yep, once again, Robo into Twilight Council into Temple Archives. This is the same build that we saw last game out of MasTeR. This is an Archon-based opener. into charge, into storm. So the exact same build here. I mean, obviously the opener was disrupted by the hatch block, but overall the same setup from MasTeR. Same endpoint. And this time Erik is playing it safe. We have a Roach Warren on the way. So +1 melee into Roaches. This time he'll have a much more effective army against the initial forces of MasTeR. Again, Ling Hydra, as we saw in the last game, is just so fragile. It's so fragile, and being stuck on Ling Hydra against MasTeR Arc on charge, it doesn't bode well. It didn't go well for Erik in the last game. But again, he's getting out of that this time. As he's going for the Spire and the Hydrogen at the same time. Okay. 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 I see you. Let's go. Bold move. Now, when it comes to the mutas, I believe he only intends to make a handful of them if he sees an opportunity to go into like 5 mutas. So the Archons, they drop in. They get 1 drone so far. Roaches are revealed. They're keeping up. Keeping up with the Archons. Hatchery under fire. Erik trying to keep up. Oof. Bleeding out Roaches. Again, the Archons, they trade very well. He wants those Roaches. He wants them. Oh my god, 1 Archon falls. Miscontrol there by MasTeR. That should not have happened. And Erik does defend. Behind this, we have another Phoenix on the way. The Spire was not scouted. But despite that, is making that safety Phoenix. Again, MasTeR, he feels like something is up. Something is amiss. +1 fire attack. MasTeR getting another base, another 4th. 4th expansion on the way. Erik just droning. Erik is just droning up. He's taking into Roach speed, into +1 range as well. This is why I believe that this Spire is only intending to make a handful of mutas, not to go mass muta, just because we're investing to upgrades elsewhere. There it is, 8 mutas for Erik. I don't think he plans on making any more. Yes, he is taking into his Hydras and Lurkers as well. It's so tech heavy. It's so much greed. Lings, they do not slip in. So far going for the Cybercore. Cybercore under threats. Erik just distracting his opponent. There's our first Storm. Storm is revealed. There's 4 more High Templar. 5 in total. Ooh, as Erik shuts down the Prism. Prism goes down, forcing out more Phoenixes. But remember, it's only a harassing amount of mutas, not mass muta. Down here, push 1. Storm is going to be coming in. Brutal Storms. Mutas, they pull away. Phoenix is already in position. MasTeR defends. And Erik backs off, and now he's running up to 80. He's got a solid drone count, switching out of muta into Lurker tech. He's almost there. Again, Erik has been taking so much this game. But because the King's Cove is so large, I mean, it's safe to do so. This time, as opposed to the previous game, outside of Archon Harass, there's been no Zealot run buys, there's no main push. MasTeR has been stuck at home. And the part of that is just how large the map is. So Erik playing this out well. There it is, 8 Lurkers are morphing in. Lurkers do morph in. So Erik moves out. Moves out across the map. Lurkers are in position. How many Lurkers? 12! 12 Lurkers so far. They hold the line. MasTeR unable to break through. Rotating instead, at least trying to. Lurkers, they're able to keep up. It's a lot of creep going down. Yo, let's go. We have Corruptors on the way. MasTeR behind this, going into a second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon into Sky Toss. +2 our attack. This is going to actually help support the Corruptors really well against the Sky Toss. The setup. I mean, it makes sense. It all plays into each other. I mean, the Lurkers are here to defend the ground, and he's already ready for Sky Toss here. Tempest production has begun, but we have Corruptor. And +2. Like, Erik, he's really well set up for the late game. Meanwhile, 1, 2 High Templar go down. Massive pickups. Takes down the High Templar. Takes down the INexorable as well. Erik here will throw away his roaches, but he needed to. He wants to refine his army. Making room for more Corruptor, more Lurker. Throws down a wall of spines. Jesus. It's getting ready for that later game. As MasTeR loads up. Headed into the mineral line. Mutaze will shut this down. First going for the Zealots. Despite that, drones are falling. And the prisoners to get the hell out of here. The last one be able to. There's a falls, 7 drone kills. I mean, still good damage. 7 drones and a queen. Good damage here from MasTeR. Corruptors are revealed. And we're just maxing out. So we're building up to our greater late game armies. MasTeR getting into Sky Toss with some ground support. I would say has maybe too much supply in his ground army. Or as he's throwing down more side defense to make up for that. Throws down the wall of cannons and shield batteries. Erik moving in. Storm goes up. Storms are good, but alas, the Corruptors are better as they break through the Storm line. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3 Tempests. And barely gets another Tempest as well. 4th Tempest goes down. Mothership does arrive, but doesn't save the Tempest in the end. Doesn't save them. They'll say move out. Ooh, they do avoid the main army. Nice fungal. But they'll say break through the wall. MasTeR being very committed with this. He wants to throw this away. We mentioned before that MasTeR has too much supply in the ground. He agrees. He wants to get rid of this and get into more Sky Toss. Refine his army. Another fungal locks him down. That Erik he will defend. He will lose another 12 workers. And he will lose that wall of spine crawlers. He will defend. Was forced back home. More Tempest massing up. 3 Tempests at a time. And Erik is taking into Broodlords. Let's go. Broodlords are on the way. Because they deny the 5th. Rabbi set up. Workers moving forward. Tempests have been revealed. That's a lot of Tempests. 6 Tempests here for MasTeR. At the same time, Erik he does try to hit that southern base. Wall of cannons will defend. Drones being thrown away. Julian the fungal. Doesn't do much here. He's slowly gaining ground. Let's say that bleeds down the Lurker. Oh, yoinks in. He gets 1, he gets 2. Takes down 2 Tempests. Did I say 2? He gets 4, he gets 5, 6. Oh my god. Yoink 6, but 2 of them will escape. Just getting 4. There we go, getting 5 in the end. 5 Tempests go down. MasTeR a little bit too close with those Tempests. Nice storms though. Locks down the Infestors. At least tries to. And MasTeR will take the fight. He breaks through at the same time, though. The mineral line is going down. Lings, they broke through the southern base. Oh my god. That I was not expecting. The Lings, they cracked. The 2-0 Lings with Adrenal. They take down the Mineral Line. They do cripple the economy here of MasTeR. Erik across the map. What do we have? We have Broodlords. Broodlords are on the way. Reinforcing with Corruptor. A couple of Hydras as well. Bit of an amalgamation here of army. There it is. The Lurkers are coming in to overfind this. Now, I'm most concerned by lack of anti-air. Checking the army tab here, there's 0 Corruptors, soon to be 3. And the temp is kind of still quite high. So I'm a little bit concerned by that. Only 3 Corruptors and 7 Hydras. Very limited anti-air. Very limited. Lurkers waddling in. There's MasTeR rotating over towards the top side. He's going to be rotating. Erik does spot this. Does respond. And again, he's got 7 Corruptors against 10 Tempest. We need the Vipers to pop up. Speaking of, they get 1, they get 2. Oh, the feedback's are brutal. They take down 3 Tempest. 2.5. 2.5 Tempest go down. We've got 12 Corruptors are on the way. Erik forcing the recall. Lurkers, they do waddle away. 2 of them do. Erik, he defends. He has time to build up his army. 16 Corruptors. And who has the better late game army control? I would favor Erik in the mid game, but here coming into late game, I'm less confident. Oh, is this where the Starduck practice comes into play? True. Oh, the practice. People's putting in. Never mind, we're backing up. The map has been cut in half, and I mean, this is what we expect on King's Cove. King's Cove is known for being a large map for the late game as well. King's Cove, Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square is what we expect. What a way to start the series. Ah, no. So I'm stretching. Like, I don't know what it is, but like, I slept really poorly. Like, my body's aching. Maybe I'm getting sick. It's possible. Could be getting sick. It's all good. We'll make it through it. Make it through the best of 5. Lanes that deny the expansion. Broodlords, okay, we're gaining ground. We're picking away at the cannons, the shield batteries. Really very slow, methodical play here by Erik. Has to be so careful with these Broodlords. If he ever overextends, the Tempest will punish this. So some delicate micro here by Erik. Forced respond here to the ground army. Broodlords, they should be fine. And we, for the most part, have Broodlord Infestor. The Lurker count was reset. Didn't even notice, but yeah, over time the Broodlord count was reset. Tempest, they move in! Oh my god. They move forward. Erik, he responds. I was about to say I would like to see like a line of spores behind this. Like spores and spines here. To push forward. Lings, they counterattack. They knocked down another expansion. Oh god, there's just so many cannons. Jesus. So many cannons. Speaking of Zelda, they run into a wall of spine coolers. They can trade well here, though. There you go, some of the spines. Likewise, getting to the mineral line. 56 lings in production. That's a lot of lings. And we'll see if Erik is able to get into the natural domain. Currently, there are storms to defend. Main armies, they do clash. The lanes, they go for the center expansion. They get into the mineral line, not bad. Ooh, those are brutal storms, though, and he stands in the storms. And Erik stands in the storms. The mothership is going to go down, but the corruptors are so low, and the mothership survives. Yeah, better fight here for MasTeR, but at the same time, he'll lose the economy. So MasTer's main fight is greater, but back at home, bases are going down, mineral lines as well. Going from one base to the other. And MasTer is committed. He has to push through. Erik, he has to buy time. And pulling away, fungals, they pop up. Corruptors are going to dive on the army, but the corruptors are going to be cleaned up. Yeah, this is not the dive we're looking for. Erik losing every corruptor. And he has 20 corruptors in production. Needs to be cleaned up. Oh no! That's his own infestors. 2 left. Yo, and has MasTer done it? Here come those corruptors. They dive in. Oh my god, the storms are brutal though. He takes us. He just stands in the storms. Yeah, takes the storms to the face. And with that, MasTer, he will deflect. Will deflect the corruptors. Knock down the expansion. Erik is in trouble. Erik has bled out a little bit too much here. Now this one, he has nothing to do with the Sky Toss, but he needs that ground army as well. Whether it's Lurker, whether it's Broodlord, he needs one of the two. As time goes on, MasTer is just rebuilding his his Archon and High Templar based army. He's rebuilding. So is Erik. Erik, his drone count is in the gutter, by the way. Like he doesn't really have an economy. He lost the base. He lost the mineral line. Erik is struggling to rebuild. So is MasTer, but MasTer, he has more efficient mining, and his main army he did preserve for the most part. He preserved most of the high-tech units, the expensive units, like the Tempest and the Carrier. And yeah, MasTer, he's getting out of hand here. He's going to be the first to max out. Erik, he needs time to expand. He needs time to even double expand. Take more bases and drone up, but that shouldn't be the case here. Once MasTer reaches 200 supply, he should push. He should be pushing. He might want to wait for the mothership. It can be risky moving out without it. Like the mothership allows recalls. It has a slow zone. The cloak. The mothership holds a lot of value. We'll see. This MasTer is moving forward. Move forward. Now, Erik has maxed out, which is impressive, by the way, but Erik's on a really low drone count. He's on a really low drone count. What does this mean? This means that Erik, cannot replenish this army too easily. which is a really rough position for a Zerg player. As Zerg players, that's typically their advantage, is to replenish their army, to remax and rebuild as quickly as possible to have a second fight. That isn't really the case here for Erik. So he attempts a run by. MasTeR moving forward. Erik forced back. He can potentially surround this army. Let's go! Yeah, it does get on top of the Archons. Not bad. Does surround. Gets one. Gets two. The pickups. Does get two Archons. Likewise, MasTeR now going to be incorporating some Void Rays as well. Just as much anti-air as possible. Now, with some solid power bombs, like, there is a chance, maybe. I think there's only one Viper there. Yeah, only one Viper. And here we go, the fight does commence. Broodlord's getting picked up. Lings, they do hit across the map. But it doesn't matter, we just go for the fight. Massive storm of the Corruptors. Corruptors against their in the way. The Tempest, they reign supreme. They just shut everything down. And MasTeR, he's breaking through. He breaks through, takes down all the Corruptors. A couple of them do trickle in. But there's nothing left. There's nothing left. Erik will lose every single Broodlord. At the same time, Erik, he tries to counterattack. He's remaxing on Corruptor Ling. He will get an expansion. But it's about the main army. The reality is that this main army does not care about those Lings. MasTeR knocks down an expansion. He will recall back home. Does recall in time. Does recall. From here he moves forward. And again, the Corruptor army is just on its own. It doesn't really do much here. It gets a couple of carriers, which is impressive. Oh god, but the storms are still so brutal. There's Archon underneath the army as well. MasTeR moving in. More Corruptors are on the way. That was 27 Corruptors for 6 carries at a Tempest. That's crazy. It's crazy. Lings, they counterattack once again. Going for the expansions. They knock down the cannon. They trade well against the Zealots. These are the Cracklings, of course. They cracked. And we'll get into the mineral lines. Some damage is dealt. And Erik, he's just going for mass link floods. I mean, what else can he do at this point?
I will comply.
So you're going for all these link run-bys into the bases. Moving out across the map. At the same time, oh god, yeah, DTs, they get across the map. No detection, no! 17, 18 drone kills. The DTs, they pop off. 0 detection. Yeah, late game DT harass can be so frustrating to deal with. As detection has arrived, DT finally, should go down. But again, this Skytos army, it should not fall. Erik is doing a great job when it comes to distracting, that is true. He's distracting, he's going for these run-bys. If he had an economy behind it, then it'd be great. But, down to 30 workers. He has 16 Corruptors and a Viper. So he has an anti-air army that has been building up. They're slowly building up here. Getting more probes. I mean, the working out of MasTeR is also very small. Like, it's a very small economy here for MasTeR. But he's got the large army. as he's moving in, knocking down the last mining base, or the most important mining base of Erik. And the base does fall. Erik at the same time gets a mineral line, 16 probe kick. I mean, Erik, he is doing a lot of economic damage. The worker counts are neck and neck. Gets the expansion as well. These things, they're popping off. But we're ready for the aim. Oh, nice abduction. Gets one carrier. Does two-shot a carrier. Here pulls away. Gonna try to abduct another carrier. Erik, he kills both mining bases, by the way. So MasTeR, he has no economy. Okay. Oh, Yoinks one Tempest. Does get it. Tempest goes down, but there's 7 Tempests and 4 carriers left. If Erik had more Vipers, then sure. He just had the one, and it went down. Viper did fall. And I'll be moving in. Ooh, as Erik, he pleads out another Corruptor. Every Corruptor counts. Okay, if he fights with Spores. Nah. Nah, no shot. He pulls back. He's gonna make his final stand. His final stand. Trying to hold on. So, brutal storm here on the Queens. Links from behind. Corruptors, they dive in. They get a Void Ray. They get one carrier, but the storms are brutal here. It's a second carrier barely. Can't even get a fourth. So a third even. A third carrier goes down. That's it. That's all the Corruptors here. Down to 2, down to 1. And there are no Corruptors left. The Tempest, they maintain air control. GG gets called, and MasTeR, he will take a 2-0 lead in the finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. I mean, Erik, he was getting a lot of damage done. Shout out to the Ling run-bys and Ling counterattacks. He was killing probes, he was killing bases. He had crippled the economy, but at the end of the day, it did not matter. The main army was still terrifying. It was still something that could not be dealt with. Erik, he never really had an answer to that Sky Toss. Unfortunately, Erik, he just never really had much of an economy to begin with. Is a problem that he at one point droned up to 80, but then he got knocked down to around 60, and he never really droned back up, so he just stayed on a low eco kind of game state. Because that, he was very all in with how he was playing. That leads us into game number 3, and things are looking bleak here for Erik. The pressure is on. He has to fight back here and now to have a chance at an ace match. Let's go. The pressure is on. Also, I will say, now, I was planning to maybe stream and ladder after this cast, but, yeah, I'm not feeling too well, I'll be honest. I don't know what it is, for the past 2 days. I just, like, slept really weird, and, my neck is killing me. Like, my joints. Here we go. So like periodically I've been like getting up and I'm like stretching and doing squats and like trying to get my body back into gear. Jesus. But regardless, we're now up 2-0 here from MasTeR, and the pressure is on Erik. Now, our players are asking for a break. It makes sense. It's been an intense finals here so far. A really long game as well here in game 2. So our players are asking for a couple of minutes. They're asking for a break. We will give it to them. So we're gonna be going on a break ourselves. We're gonna be going on a break. I'm gonna do like some push-ups and stuff. We're gonna be going on a break, and when we come back, we will have our game 3, potentially the finale of the series. I hope not. You know, my heart bleeds here for Erik. He's my boy. I want him to do well here, but the pressure is on. So we're going to be going on that break. When we come back, we will have the remainder of the finals. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals. So the grand finals here of the Code for Giants Cup number 20. We are jumping into game number 3. Again, we had a short break here, a short reprieve, because we had a very long game 2, but now we are back. We have returned, and the pressure is on our Zerg player. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can bring it home and force the ace match, or if it all ends here and now. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Erik. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Protoss player, the Blue Protoss from Brazil, leading the series 2-0, representing Team Hellfire. Needs on us one more game to win it all. It is MasTeR. Ooh, pull first. Okay. We do have a pull first opener here out of Erik. We'll see how aggressive we intend on being. See how he does move out. Hold on, at SJS. We go. So far, we're going to be selling in. Do have our initial hatch gas. Oh, sorry, pull first, pull into hatchery. So once again, a unique build here by Erik. He is quite fond of going for that faster macro hatchery, but this time it's going to be a pull first variation. So pull first, Lings do move out, Probe is going to be forced back, and back at home, MasTeR is setting up here with the gate into expand into Cybercore. Let's go. He's setting up. So I should say gate cyber expand. He is setting up. He is walling off back at home. Here we go. Here we go. Behind this is going to be a Stargate opener out of MasTeR. So standard setup here, MasTeR did open up safely, did delay his own Nexus in favor of the faster Gateway and the faster Warlock into a Stargate into Oracle-based play. Meanwhile, Erik back at home just droning up. For those that are curious when it comes to this opener, once again, just to reiterate, it is a delayed second queen, so you do delay your queen production in favor of an extra hatchery, in favor of more larvae in the mid game, but it does mean that you are more vulnerable back at home. On large maps like Abyssal Reef, I do like this though. I do prefer this on maps like Abyssal Reef, King's Cove, and Neon Violet Square. Just because the likelihood of there being early game aggression is very low. So far, Erik is settling in, and MasTeR back at home, not Oracle, is opening up Phoenix once again. He is opening up Phoenix. So now, Overlord goes down, does get a full scout, does confirm the Oracle follow-up. Does confirm the Oracle. Likewise, pulling away. Likewise, does pull away, getting his third base, building up, taking up into his own Twilight Council. Now, we've seen a lot of Archon drop base play here from MasTeR. Not here, not this time. Is going Twilight Council into extra gateways, into, I would imagine, Blink, but could actually transition to Glaives from here. We'll keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on MasTeR. Back at home, Roach follow-up. And, oh my god, there it is, Glaives. So early Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts, and MasTeR is going to be hyper aggressive. Now, thankfully, Erik is getting a safety Roach Warren, so he will have the tools to defend, getting to Lings, getting to Roaches. Meanwhile, MasTeR is gearing up and getting ready for his assault. Now, this is not an all-in. I should bear that in mind and wind it back a little bit here. This is an aggressive follow-up, that is true, but this is not all-in. From here, MasTeR is going to be saturating his third base and teching into Immortal production, but this is a way to catch a greedy player off guard. If Erik was going Ling into Muta, if he was going Ling into Hydra, if he skips Roach production, then Erik could just die, or he could just lose far too much. But here, he checks, he scouts, he confirms, he sees the Adepts. He sees the morphing in the Adepts, he does see the Adept count, he is aware of what's going on, and Roaches are amassing. So far, good scouting and good reaction by Erik. So far, so good. Adepts, they do shade across the map. Here we go. MasTeR does move out. Does move out again. Adepts, they have since been revealed. We have a full wall here at the natural ramp. We have a full wall. Roach Ravagers amassing. Lings building up as well. Oh. Does hit the third. So far collapsing on the Queen. Nice round here with the Adepts. The Vials! Oh my god, they barely don't connect. MasTeR does slip away, but so far, no economic damage. That's what matters here. No economic damage. Erik, he is on 53 drones, throwing down gases, now droning up even further, taking a fourth base. MasTeR defense. Sorry, Erik defends. He does defend. And from here, MasTeR is transitioning. Remember, as a reminder, this was not meant to deal critical damage, but was meant to trade at least and get some workers. So with this, I would say that MasTeR is falling slightly behind. Overlord Speed is an interesting choice here from Erik. He can set up for Drop Lord Harass. Can set up. But now that the Oracle does dip in, gets a Revelation, gets a full scout, and does confirm the Hydra death. So big scout here for MasTeR. He is aware of Hydras. I believe MasTeR saw the Infestation Pits. Barely not. Didn't see the pit, but did see the Hydras. So already is somewhat aware and is taking up into Storm. So Temple Archives into Storm is gearing up. And we are taking the fourth. Base is on the way. MasTeR taking more defensive stance. After the Adept aggression has failed, he's just going to be more defensive. He's going to set up. I'm curious if Erik is planning to go for any kind of Drop Lord play. For now, Overlords are fanning out. Building up his Ling Roach Ravager. Has Hydra upgrades, but no Hydras yet. And he does find the Adepts. Does find them. And this is what we were waiting for. What do we see? The Dropper Lords. Let's go. Again, that's why we got Overlord Speed. Dropper Lords are on the way. Oh no, he gets spotted. Yeah, he gets spotted, he gets scattered. MasTeR does spot the army. He's going to engage ahead of time. Oh, MasTeR not quite ready though. Barely any Zealots. Has to back off. MasTeR, he has to pull away. Archon gets picked up. Is going to get picked off despite that. Oh, we have drones going down. The Adepts, no, they get in. No, the Adepts, they come back. They come back and they wreak havoc here. Initially, the Adepts, they did no damage, but now 13, 17, 17, 18 workers. He's not done. He's done. 18 drones go down. Brutal economic damage here in the bases. Not like this. Likewise, Erik dropping across the map. Trying to get something done. And he's pushing. He's committed. Is moving out. He has to break a base. He has to get into a mineral line. Has to catch an army. Has to do something. MasTER still building up. He has the greater economy. Here we go. Doom drop into the natural. Up. As we do load up. We're dropping. Meanwhile, MasTER is in position. He has storms. He's ready. Building up more immortals. And Erik, he needs a distraction. He needs to distract, but MasTeR, he doesn't take the bait. He's still ready for this. He's still in position. Erik dropping further back into the main. Does go further in. Oh. Does go for the mineral line. Not bad. It does get some workers. MasTeR does respond. 11 probes going down. Not bad. Erik, he does hit the right-hand side as well. Despite that, though, MasTeR, he is holding. Erik is maxed. He's maxed out. He's trying to break MasTeR here and now. 12 workers is a good start. He's getting more. Dropping into the third. Catching the High Templar. Gets one, he gets two, he gets three. Oh my god. 3 High Templar go down. Massive pickups. No more storms. MasTER slipping up. He's slipping up his defense. Losing too much. Mortals, they hold their own. They're trying to at least. But this is getting out of hand. It's becoming critical damage here. MasTER is falling apart. He had the tools to defend. But again, he lost too much in the main. Now he's losing too much here at the third. Storm goes up. He lost most of his army. And MasTER, he does plummet in supply. As the expansion falls as well. Yeah, brutal pickups here. Erik moving in. GG gets called. He pulls MasTER apart, and the comeback has begun. Whew. GG. We're going to game 4. We're going all the way to game 4. Again, things are looking dire here for Erik, even after the Adept Harass. The Adept Harass was brutal. So many drones had gone down. But Erik, I'm a little bit surprised that the Doom Drop did as well as it did. Remember, MasTER, he was in position at the natural, which is why Erik didn't go for the natural. He went straight for the main base. And by the time MasTER responded and reacted to the drop in the main, damage was being done. MasTER was distracted. Erik, he dove on the frontal army. He sniped all the High Templar. Again, just a lot of small missteps there from MasTER too quickly, consecutively there. And Erik did snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. As that leads us into game 4. Let's go. Let us go. We go. So we're going to be loading in. And has the comeback begun? Can we force the ace match? Can we force game 5? As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our blue Protoss player. We have our blue Protoss still leading the series at 2-1. Still one game away from taking it all. It is MasTER for Team Hellfire. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player from the CranKy Ducklings from land of Brazil. Does put a point on the board. Can he force that ace match? Going for an earlier gas, more so than any other game in the series. Gas pool into a delayed hatchery. It is Erik. Now with this could be a couple of different things. This could just be a link flood. This could be fast link speed. Then he pulls out a gas and he goes for a link flood across the map. Then he expands. This otherwise it could be fast roaches. It could be spawning pool into a roach run, into a roach rush early on, then into droning. This could be a bane bust where you throw down the bane nest thereafter and you just commit all in. We'll see how aggressive or how tempered Erik is going to be. How hard is he going to commit? As the probe does dip in and does confirm the opener. Now, what's important here is that Erik didn't prioritize gas. Like, he did take it early, true, but he only put 2. Only put 2 in gas, not 3. So no big prioritization. He does have some links on the way, but this feels like link speed into, yeah, he gets link speed, then he pulls out. Now, MasTER, he did scout. MasTER, he did confirm the gas timing. He confirmed how late the hatchery is. MasTER should be responding with a full wall back at home. This is an aggressive start. Ooh, does go for the gate cyber into Nexus. Bit of a greedier response. But again, this is an aggressive start here from Erik. But we can see that MasTER doesn't take the bait. This is not an all-in. This is not an all-in here out of Erik. He was hoping that maybe MasTER would overreact. Didn't. Erik, he double expands. Behind this, Erik does double expand. MasTER back at home, chronos out the Zealot, and he does wall up in time. does wall up in time here. I say that, oh my god. Whew. Zella pops out, MasTeR holds. MasTeR, he does hold. So here we go. So here we go. Erik does fan out. Does fan out. Erik triple expanding? getting 3 hatcheries right after the initial opener. I mean, okay. Okay, Erik, let's go. This is the kind of build that makes me want to play like Erik and have the confidence to like, or even the knowledge to know like what is going through his mind right now. I mean, he has map control because of link speed, true, and because of map control, he can get away with this, and he is. So triple expands, or I should say triple hatchery. Now droning up. Behind this, MasTeR going for his Stargate. And what I appreciate about what Erik's doing here is that, unlike some of the other games in this series, this feels very Erik. Like, it feels like he's in his rhythm. We're here, Pac, we're here. We got Speedlings early on, Mass expanding behind it. From here, going to be joining up. Likewise, MasTeR does take his third. Does take his third base. And is slowly expanding. And Erik, he's not really going to be applying too much pressure, not yet. I say that 8 more lings are on the way, so Erik, he can threaten the expansion. And then he's just droning from there. Then he's just droning up. Here we go. No, Erik, nah, believe, Pappy, believe. Those things are amassing outside the third. Overload into the main. Oh. Those things, they do shut down the Adept. First Adept goes down. Adept does full. The other does survive. So far, MasTeR, he is holding. He's holding on. Going for his Robo into Twilight Council. This looks like Archons again. This feels like MasTer's go-to. Like almost, I mean, actually, every game so far. Yep, every game. Temple Archives into Archons. MasTer is a big Mana fan. This is a build that Mana has been refining over the past couple of months. I say refining, I mean, it's been around for a long time, but Mana's been very much so in love with it. A lot of the Polish Protoss players have been, and it looks like MasTer has taken note. Players like MaxPax, they do this like every now and then. They sprinkle it in. But MasTer is all over it. Again, it's just a really robust style because it gives you Archon, Storm, and Immortals. Like, it allows you to have a really kind of robust mid-game, I should say. Can be very safe. The downside is you don't really have much map control. Your map control comes with the Archons instead of Blink Stalkers. There's a lot of attention to detail here when it comes to marking these Archons. They have a lot to do. They have to scout, they have to harass, they have to keep Erik busy. And so far, we get the drop into the main. So far, we do get a couple of drone kills. It's going to be, what, 3 drones going down. Going for the extra orbit. Oh, almost. Three drones. Drove back over. Headed for the mineral line. Okay, 5 drone kills so far. Pulling back. Decent damage, and again, this is all just to harass while MasTeR builds up back at home. So 4 drones, strong start here for MasTeR. Doesn't lose anything, pulls away. Does pull back. MasTeR is gearing up towards Storm, towards more Immortals. is settling in. And now we defend. Now we hold. Again, without Storm MasTeR is not going to move out. He's just going to chill back at home, building up towards Storm, towards Blink, towards Charge. +1. Then we'll push. Likewise, Erik getting into Roach Hydra. Building up towards his Roach Hydra, towards Lurkers. Armies do back off. I do give the edge to MasTeR here. Again, the economic damage was pretty good, and MasTeR, he's looking very safe back at home. I assume that we'd be taking up into Lurker Tech. Once again, Erik going for a Doom Drop. Okay, now, we saw how well this worked out last game. Erik, he was able to pull MasTeR apart. MasTeR had a really hard time controlling in multiple locations at once. MasTeR, he lost all of his High Templar, so there's potential here with this Doom Drop. Potential. We'll see. As in a head-on fight, I do favor MasTeR. Erik trying to distract once again. Pulls MasTeR's attention away. Zealot run by towards the northern base. Gets 4 drones. Gets a handful of workers, distracts the reinforcements. Likewise, Prisoner drop into the main. MasTeR doing a great job here at delaying Erik. Does delay him. Erik, he wants to push. Wants to move out. And MasTeR is just hurtling into Skytoss. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an avenue you can take from here. Just Stargate, Fleet Beacon, turtling up, building up. Doom Drop moves out. And they do miss each other. Whew, just barely. They do miss each other. Oh, there we go. As they run in. Yeah, MasTeR does spot the drop. Erik has to pull away. Erik is denied. At the same time, setting up an army on the right-hand side. Oh! Almost catches that Prism. Almost does catch the War Prism. Erik coming in with the intercept. Does get it. Doesn't have to worry about a counterattack. Ooh. Storm will zone. Storm zones away. Erik rotating over. Takes out the cannon. Pulls back. Likewise, Doom Drop into the main. Still gets in. Still does bust in. Spots the Stargates. Takes down the Templar Archives. No more High Templar. Erik, he's committing. He's maxed out. Gonna be forced back by the Storms. Likewise, takes down. Ooh, not quite. Yeah, the drop in the main base is gonna be completely cleaned up. Good defense here by MasTeR. He did lose the Templar Archives. Is rebuilding. Mothership's on the way. And Erik, he has to get more done. He needs more done here. Yeah, he's not ready for Skytoss. Storm pops up, shuts down the Hydras. And there's still more Storms available. Oof. So we got another Storm. And another. Okay, we avoid the last one. Zealot's taking it across the map. And Erik, he's running out of steam. To be honest, he's running out of steam. He needed more damage with that drop. It was okay, but not ideal. As Erik, now he's down 20 workers. He's down in drones. He's going to be down in bases. A 5th base is on the way from MasTeR. Erik, he's stuck on 4. And Erik, he did not take into Hive. He has a Hive, that is true, but he has no Lurkers ready. Oh my god. Oh, the Storms! As Storm does catch Erik off guard. Another Storm zones away. Tower going to be knocked down. Oh my god. Almost crushes the army. Almost some big brain plays out of Erik. Let's go. Lunges forward. Storm zone back. No Storms left. But the Zealot Rama as they continue, and there's nothing in position. Once again, distracting Erik, catching out drones. He has to pull back. Has to pull away. Does have to pull away. Likewise, MasTeR building up his carriers. MasTeR getting into a greater army. He's maxed out. And yeah, the pressure's on Erik. He has to pop over these drops. He has to get into the main base, get into some mineral lines. He needs to do some kind of economic damage. He gets spotted. MasTeR does spot the drops. Hydras, they dive in. Oof. Storms are brutal. There's a recall into the main. Yeah, with that recall, the mothership should be enough. Yeah, the Hydras, they dive in, but the Hydras, they fall. Yeah, the mothership survives, shuts down the drop. At the same time, army moves forward, but this time MasTeR does maintain his forces, does maintain his High Templar. Say that. He gets one, he gets two. So High Templar go down, and here comes the Sky Toss. Oh, does get the mothership. Mothership falls, but you can see Erik, he just cannot sustain these losses. Erik, he's down to a 3 base economy, 66 drones. He cannot sustain this. Cannot sustain himself. And despite Erik taking the last game, and despite him making a series out of this, an ace match here, it's not looking likely. Erik, he lunges forward, takes down 1, 2, 3 High Templar. Again, trading very efficiently. Very nice pickoffs. But it's about the main army. It's about everything coming together here for MasTeR. Gets another carrier. Erik, calm down, buddy, calm down. Gets a carrier, baits out a storm. MasTeR rotates to the low ground. And he's cleaning Erik up. Now, thankfully, Erik does have a ninja base, essentially. He has top left. It is mining. So he has some kind of economy here, but again, he has no other tech. It's just purely Ling Hydra. Like, there's no Vipers, there's no Lurkers. There's no backbone to his army. Ah, Zelte find the base. They restore the economy. Every worker goes down. And MasTeR doesn't even need a Sky Toss anymore. I say that, we do need storms though. Without storms, these Hydras, they can trade well, but the Zelte coming to reinforce. GG gets called. MasTeR breaks through the defensive line, and MasTeR, he will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Code for Giants Cup champion. GG. GG, well played, MasTeR. He will claim the series. He will be our champion. Congratulations. Erik, he was our previous champion, but here he does fall at the hands of MasTeR. And what I will say is that MasTeR, he didn't play this way last time. This is a new style from MasTeR. It is not a new style in StarCraft. As I was mentioning, if you've been watching Mana as of late, players like Mana, players like Christiana as well, Geralt, the Polish Protosses, they have been embracing this style, this build that MasTeR was flexing here. What I'm referring to is an Archon drop opener. Archon drop, sorry, I should say Stargate opener into Archon drop into Storm has been very trendy amongst some of the European Protosses. We have seen the Koreans haven't really touched it. They're not really too interested. MaxPax and Skillus, they play with it a little bit. They like sprinkled it in like maybe once in a best of 5. So MaxPax and Skillus, they rely on it a little bit here and there, but not really. They still focus on Blinkstalker play. But some of the other European Protosses have been embracing it, and looks like MasTeR has taken note. Looks like MasTeR, he has found a style that he enjoys, and again, it's quite terrifying to deal with, especially if you don't tech up, right? If you're not willing to tech up into Lurkers and into a later game, then it's just a really safe way to play. What I mean by that is that if we had like Ling Hydra aggression or Roach Ravager aggression, you have like a robust Immortal and Storm count to keep you safe as a Protoss player, to keep you safe, to keep you saturated, to build up to 4 or 5 bases and tech into Sky Toss. Like it's just a really safe way to play. The downside is that you don't really have much map presence outside of the Archon drop, and it means that the Zerg player can be more greedy. This is where Erik's faults lie. Erik isn't a greedy player. He isn't an economic player. He's aggressive, which is why this style works so well against him. Like Erik, he wants to be in your face. He wants to go for these drops and go for Nidus Worms and go for these counterattacks. But if your opponent's being really defensive, then, I mean, you're kind of playing into their hands. Winding it back, when it comes to what is favored against this style, is to be greedy, to take more bases, to cut corners, to rush into Lair Tech, to rush into Hive Tech, and rush into Lurker Tech. And kind of get there by the time your opponent gets into their own, more robust ground army. And then we end up in the late game with Sky Toss versus like Hydra Lurker into Broodlord. Like that's usually what it leads into. It's hard to kill a Protoss player that's doing this early on. Not impossible, but it's a little bit more difficult. And yeah, Erik, he might not have too much experience playing against this style either, playing against this, Archon drop follow-up into Storm. It is definitely something a little bit more unique and not as mainstream as as a playstyle. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here, MasTeR. He will claim the series, and my condolences to Erik. Regardless, coming in second place is still a strong feat here for Erik, so very well done. But a shout out to MasTeR for becoming our champion here. Congratulations. Congratulations to MasTeR. With that, that is going to be wrapping up our broadcast for the morning. Again, switching our scenes over here to our schedule. We do typically cast multiple times a day, but not today. Today, we only have the one broadcast here in the morning. We do have the evening off. This is an initiative that we are taking, that we are trying to embrace this year. It's kind of like my New Year's resolution is to have half a day off. Half a day off a week, at least. Because up until this point, for most of 2024, we just cast twice a day, every single day. And the downside to that, one, it means that my entire life revolves around StarCraft. I live, I eat, I breathe StarCraft. It's all I do. It also means that I have less time to do other things, and it would be nice to have a little bit of time off, a week. And yeah, that's why, at least for Wednesdays, we have half a day off. let's go, Poppy, let's go. Ay. So yeah, so we have we only have the one broadcast today. Because of that, we could stream. I might stream and ladder tomorrow. When it comes to today, very much on the fence about it. I might do. I feel a little bit better. I was feeling really out of it and really fatigued coming into the finals and coming into the semifinals as well. But at the same time, I want to ladder. I want to stream a little bit. I haven't streamed in far too long, so I might be able to pull that off. Here. Regardless, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Again, if you want to tune into more of the CranKy Ducklings, we're going to be live tomorrow with the Homeowner vs. Aurelian show match, the podcast. We have OSC Season 12 Championship. We have Little League Cup. We have plenty of content on the horizon here for the CranKy Ducklings. Plenty of content, plenty to come, plenty to arrive. So do consider following us. Follow us on Twitch, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. ! Socials in the chat, and you'll get a link to our social medias if you want to be notified when we go live. We go live, as you can see, on a daily basis, usually twice a day, every single day. But on Wednesdays, we have half a day off. So there you go. Let's go. So we have some time to ourselves. And you know what? I'll stream a little bit. I'll do a little bit of ladder. Here. It's been like 2 weeks since our last ladder session. Let me just double check. Yep. You can actually see here. Hold on. You can see our last stream. Because I only ever ladder on stream. Hold on. I'll show it off. Bam. It might be too small to see, but it's 14 days. These were casts that we did 9 days ago. But it's been 14 days since our last ladder session, so it's been a while. It's been a while. So we're gonna be rusty, is what I'm getting at. We're gonna be very rusty when it comes to laddering. But you know what? If we don't ladder, then we're never gonna get rid of the rust. We're never gonna get rid of it. So yeah, that's the plan. That is the plan here for today, for at least like 2 hours or something. It's gonna be a short ladder session, just because there's still a lot to do. I have a lot of VODs to edit, a lot of scheduling to do for social media, but I will have a cheeky ladder session. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. With that, we are going to be wrapping up, and yeah, you can also support us on Patreon if you wish. Yo, shout out to OK Boomer in the chat. Thank you so much. God, Papi God. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Oh my God. Do appreciate it. And I apologize for being a little bit low energy or a little bit distracted at times during the broadcast today. Yeah, I just didn't sleep well. Didn't sleep well. I'm actually now becoming more energetic in the final game. I'm now more energetic towards the end, but towards the beginning I was a little bit more low energy and a little bit distracted with my mind wandering. So I do apologize for that. But we're here, we're back, and yeah, we'll see you guys either tomorrow for some more casting, maybe later on in the week, of course, as we are live every single day. Again, we cast more StarCraft than any other channel out there, more StarCraft than anyone else. Plenty of content, plenty of quantity, a little bit of the quality, a little bit. Thank you. So we're going to be heading off. And again, I'm going to be live on my personal channel over on light_VIP. We'll see how that ladder session goes. It's going to be an interesting one, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun, I'm sure. We'll see you then. See you there. Otherwise, see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao. Papi, ciao. Hasta luego.